The House will now be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 10th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Nancy Mace to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will now be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? How great are your works, Lord. Your thoughts are unfathomable. Open our minds this day to the vastness of your truth and reveal our need for your law, that we would not deceive ourselves with our own understanding. Cause us to think of the incredible depth of your knowledge and how limited our own human perspective is, that we would discover how much we still need to learn from you. Teach us that you are to be found in all of nature's beauty and bounty, and yet you are still greater than all of creation. Teach us that even our most profound thoughts of you cannot compare to the breadth and depth of your being. Teach us that even when we love you with our whole selves, your love for us surpasses our deepest devotion to you. In your greatness, may we, in our weakness, learn to rely on you for all that we need this day and what you have in store for us. In your unfathomable mystery, may we take refuge in the divine plan you intend for us. In your unconditional and incomprehensible love, may we receive the mercy you desire for us. In the majesty of your hallowed name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will now be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Carl and Betsy Long of Coudersport, Pennsylvania in Potter County for receiving the 2023 National Outstanding Young Farmers Award. National Outstanding Young Farmers Award recognizes that, quote, today's farmers have become an active citizen, participating in everything from local and state government to civic groups and charitable organizations, end quotes. Beginning in 2007, the Longs began farming sweet corn on rented land in central Pennsylvania. With hard work, dedication, and help from their 3 children, the Longs have built a successful farm for green beans, wheats, oats, and potatoes across several thousand acres. Though the Long farm is just 15 years old, it now cultivates 10 million pounds of chipping potatoes each year, helping to supply 11 of Pennsylvania's renowned snack companies. The Longs' love for agriculture extends beyond their family farm. Carl and Betsy are active on several agriculture advisory boards in Pennsylvania and participates in Ag Literacy Week and Farm Fridays in local schools. The Long family is a model for hardworking Americans with a love for agriculture and community. I commend them on this outstanding achievement. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And for what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise and seek recognition?
Request by unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today to pay tribute to the students of South Glens Falls. They recently marked their 46th annual Marathon Dance, a student-driven event to raise money for local families and organizations. This year, they raised more than $630,000, adding to a staggering total of more than $10.5 million raised since the event's inception. The success of this marathon dance is proof of the remarkable things our students and young people can achieve. I had the honor of joining them last weekend and seeing firsthand their enthusiasm and their heart, united by music, dance, and a resounding spirit of giving. These students demonstrate the power that lies in a love of community and desire to do good, and fills me with inspiration and hope for both their future and ours. They are movers and shakers in every sense. They are leaders of today. Congratulations to the students of Glens Falls on your incredible, remarkable achievement. Go Bulldogs!
And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House floor, request to address the House floor for a 1-minute speech.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the importance of the U.S.-Israel relationship. Our relationship with Israel is a mutually beneficial partnership that not only reinforces America's moral values and strategic interests, but also promotes peace and stability. The U.S.-Israel relationship is truly the embodiment of peace through strength. Having served 10 years in the U.S. military, I know how volatile this region is and understand that a key element of our own national security is the strength and security of Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East. Our two nations face many of the same terrorist threats, the only difference being that Israel is surrounded by hostile regional actors. As malicious regimes like Iran continue their quest for nuclear capabilities, it is imperative that America does not waver in our commitment to strengthen Israel's ability to defend itself. In a world that grows more dangerous by the day, weakening our allies would have disastrous consequences for the security of our country and threaten the possibility of world peace. I remain steadfast in my support for Israel and look forward to helping advance U.S.-Israel defense cooperation here in Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
And for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise this morning?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, too often the speeches we make on the floor of this chamber emphasize our differences and divisions. But this morning I want to highlight and praise an act of bipartisanship, the creation of the Fentanyl Prevention Caucus. Some of you know my family's story and how lucky we are that our son was not victim to fentanyl overdose or poisoning, but many families have not been so lucky, too many. From 2021 to 2022, more than 107,000 people died of overdose or fentanyl poisoning. 67% involved synthetic opioids like fentanyl. Whether we focus on the flow of chemicals from China, the trafficking of drugs over our border, or through airports or ports of entry, we must come together to stop this poisoning that is killing our loved ones. This Congress needs to educate and legislate our way out of this tragedy. I believe this bipartisan caucus can do just that. So I thank my fellow co-chairs, Reps. Neguse, Issa, Calvert, for their leadership. Bipartisan work will save lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the President's budget proposal was announced. It contains some of the largest tax hikes in American history. If enacted, it would set the corporate tax rate at 28%, a higher level than even communist China. Combined state and federal taxes would amount to 32%. This tax burden will primarily fall on where? American workers and consumers. It's broadly accepted by economists on the left and right that corporate taxes hurt wage growth, with labor bearing as much as 25% of the cost of corporate taxes. Some estimates even place that burden as high as 70%. Raising the corporate tax will hurt American workers, depress their wages, and lower their purchasing power. This is not a pro-growth or pro-worker budget proposal. It's not even serious. The President must meet with House Republicans and negotiate in good faith for spending reductions and work towards an actual balanced budget like everyday Americans do in their homes and their businesses. I yield back.
Thank you. And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask the unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank a member of my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs for his invaluable service to our nation's veterans, this Congress, and our country. Daniel Santa Cruz joined our committee in 2020 as our digital director, and from the outset, he demonstrated an outstanding technical ability and tremendous creative vision. He proved instrumental in helping the committee meet the new digital demands of the COVID-19 pandemic, developed, produced, and directed thousands of hours of compelling video content, created graphical representations of our work for social media platforms, and captured powerful images of committee members hard at work for America's veterans across the world and in our nation's capital. His charm, humor, and generosity have been infectious, and his commitment to the work of this committee has been incredibly impactful. The work of my committee, this Congress, and our government to honor and support our veterans was made better by Daniel's service, and he will be deeply missed. And I yield back.
Thank you. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, unanimous consent to address for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Hold on.
Madam Speaker, I stand today to speak about the importance of uplifting small businesses in our country. About 50% of U.S. GDP is generated by small businesses. Despite this, big corporations seem to always rake in big profits during economic hardship, while small businesses struggle to get by. As a result, small business owners barely have enough leftover funds after payroll to reinvest into their businesses. As a former small business owner, I know firsthand the difficulties these hardworking men and women face. Today, entrepreneurs, especially women and minorities, find it hard to get access to capital. So I am calling for targeted programs to provide access to capital for Black and brown communities and to veterans, disabled, and women-led businesses across this country. I yield back.
Thank you. And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, we have reached a crisis in our healthcare system across our country. Over 180 hospitals, many of them rural hospitals, have closed nationwide since 2005. Last month, the only hospital serving adults in Madera County was closed. Hospitals like Cahuilla Health in Visalia, California, are sounding the alarm about higher costs and low Medicare reimbursement rates. What are we talking about here? We're talking about access to critical health care, emergency room services, critical care beds, effective and elective surgery options, women being able to have a place to give birth safely. We're talking about having access to health care in rural areas and throughout the country. Congress must act now before more hospitals close. We must improve reimbursement rates and address staffing shortages, nursing shortages, physician shortages. Hospitals have hit a crisis point, and if we do not act now, a nationwide health care crisis will be upon us. My mother once said, Jim, if you don't have good health, you don't have anything. Every American deserves access to health care. I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, my friend, Mr. Turner, seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise pursuant to H.Res. 199. I call up Senate Bill 619 to require the Director of National Intelligence to declassify information relating to the origins of COVID-19 and for other purposes, and ask for immediate considerations in the House.
The clerk will now report the title of the bill.
Senate 619, an act to require the Director of National Intelligence to declassify information relating to the origin of COVID-19 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, and the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert into the record extraneous material on S619.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of S-619, a bill that would require the Director of National Intelligence to declassify information relating to the origin of COVID-19. The House companion bill, H.R. 1376, passed unanimously out of the Intelligence Committee. I want to thank my ranking member Himes for his dedication to bipartisanship and to professionalism as we work together to try to ensure that the Intelligence Committee responds to the needs of the House. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic wreaked havoc across the country, with almost every household feeling its effects. The United States death toll from this virus has surpassed 1 million people. Although concrete data is hard to lock down, millions of Americans are suffering from the long-term effects directly attributed to this virus. COVID-19 has also negatively affected our communities, especially our kids. It is becoming increasingly clear that school-aged children face major educational hurdles because of distance learning and long-term school closures. The American public deserves answers to every aspect of COVID-19 pandemic, including how this virus was created and specifically whether it was a natural occurrence or was the result of a lab-related event. The House Intelligence Committee, which oversees our intelligence community, is aware of classified information that could help inform the public why COVID-19 as a lab leak theory is not just a possibility, but approaches the idea that it is likely. The intelligence community does have more information about COVID-19 than the public is led to believe. Much of the information they have can be declassified and disseminated to the public. In fact, the bill we are discussing today would give the American public just a glimpse, albeit a very important aspect of the classified information the intelligence community holds. S-619, if passed by the House and signed into law, would give the American public a unique insight as to what was happening at a biosafety level laboratory in Wuhan, China, in late 2019 and early 2020. This laboratory and who was working there might be the key to unraveling the truth. For those concerned about declassifying COVID-19 origins information, I can assure you that the intelligence community could release this information while protecting their sources and methods of how it was collected. In fact, I believe that the intelligence community could go further than what is called for in S-619 and release most of what it knows about COVID origins, but this is a good start. COVID-19 ranks as one of this century's most important events. No community was spared, and every corner of the world felt its effects. Everyone deserves to know what our intelligence community knows about, and S-619 is the right step in the right direction. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Connecticut is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S-619, the COVID-19 Origins Act of 2023. Along with my colleague, the gentleman from Ohio, I plan to support this legislation, and I urge the House to pass it. And let me stop now to compliment Chairman Turner on the efforts he has made narrowly to bring this bill to the floor, but more generally to make sure that the Intelligence Committee operates in the thoughtful, constructive, and bipartisan manner which it must operate in if we are to protect this nation's national security. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken the lives of more than 1.1 million Americans, and millions more have died worldwide. The American people want to know as much as we can determine about where this pandemic started and, critically, how we can be ready for the next deadly disease, which will come. Determining the precise origins of a pandemic disease with high confidence is challenging under the best of circumstances. In this case, our already difficult task is that much harder because COVID originated in China. At every juncture, the PRC government has obfuscated and obstructed legitimate inquiries and investigations into the origins of the disease. China's approach has been deeply irresponsible and dangerous to global public health. It is against that backdrop that in 2021, President Biden ordered a 90-day sprint by the intelligence community to analyze the origins of the virus. In August of 2021, the IC completed its initial work, and a few months later, a declassified version of its findings was made public. In short, the intelligence community agencies could not come to an agreement on whether the virus originated from a lab accident or from natural exposure. Some individual agencies did reach a judgment, a narrow judgment, about which path was more likely, but they could not do so with high confidence simply because we don't have enough reliable information to draw those conclusions. There's a version of the IC's classified assessment that is available to all members through the House Security Office. Around 18 months after the completion of the IC assessment, not much has changed. The intelligence community remains focused on this question, and I hope that we will have a breakthrough that will allow us to answer these questions once and for all, but today we're not there yet. I believe that the IC should make as much public as they can, consistent with the overriding need to protect sources and methods. Transparency is a critical element of our democracy. The factual grounding of the IC's analysis can be an antidote to the speculation, the rumor, and the theories that grow in the absence of good information. It's important to note that the bill provides the authority to make redaction to protect sources and methods for a good reason, and neither the chairman nor I would be supporting the bill if that were not true. I trust the intelligence community and the administration will lean forward in making public as much new information as possible without endangering our ability to collect and analyze on these issues going forward. Now, I want to mention, before I stop and recognize other speakers on my side, two important things. First, the pandemic, which is really what is at stake here. Whether COVID-19 originated from a lab leak or natural transmission at a wet market, the next pandemic disease could originate from either source, and it could come from anywhere. In 2022, the Intelligence Committee released a declassified report looking at how the intelligence community responded to COVID-19 and making recommendations for how we can be better prepared for the next pandemic disease, wherever it may come from. Overall, the report recommended that the intelligence community increase resources for global health security and medical intelligence, and that it needs to move away from a culture that views health security as a lesser priority than so-called traditional hard national security threats, evidence the fact that it was this that killed over 1 million Americans. Furthermore, we need to promote complementary efforts between the public health and intelligence communities. Public health professionals and their counterparts in the IC must work hand in hand if we want to maximize the odds of identifying a novel disease at the earliest possible stage, and if we want to give ourselves the best chance of determining the novel disease's origins. Let me turn briefly to another important thing that is really at stake here. Madam Speaker, democracy is rooted in the idea that the people govern, that is their right to determine their own political destiny. But with that right comes an obligation that we don't talk about or think about nearly enough. And that obligation is to be thoughtful, informed, critical thinkers about the issues of the day. And that's not who we are today. Today we have elevated, because of our political polarization, we have elevated confirmation bias to a secular religion. So even in this conversation about the origins of the coronavirus, what you believe is indicative of where you stand on the political spectrum. For reasons I don't understand, some of our colleagues and many Americans are running around with a theory that somehow buttresses their political legitimacy. Maybe you do that with UFOs. Maybe you want to believe that there's aliens at Roswell or whatever you want to believe. That's pretty harmless. But when we're talking about a pandemic or something as serious as a disease that could kill 1 million Americans, that's not okay. And we have to remember our obligation to be thoughtful, critical thinkers. We cannot let our political hopes override the obligations we have to be thinkers. And colleagues, I will tell you, the chairman and I have seen all of the classified information on this, and we don't know. We don't know the origins of the COVID pandemic. So whatever is ultimately declassified, I would hope that my colleagues and the American people would approach that information with the humility, the intellectual humility that we need to approach something as serious as a pandemic and how we behave as citizens in a democracy. We don't know. We need to think about whether we want confirmation bias, our tendency to select just those facts which support our pre-existing positions, interfere with our duty as critical thinkers in a democracy. At the end of the day, the American people will get the system of government that they deserve. And if we don't get back to being humble about what we know, to being critical thinkers, our democracy will be at risk. I want to close with a quote from a great Connecticut writer and humorist, Mark Twain. He said, "It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so." So I'm going to join my chairman in supporting this bill, and I hope it passes in overwhelming bipartisan fashion, and I hope we take that information and use it for constructive purposes in the service of saving lives and buttressing our democracy. Madam Speaker, with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Ohio is now recognized.
I appreciate my ranking member's very thoughtful comments and remarks. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the congressman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chairman. The issue at hand is actually a simple one. It's whether or not to declassify data pertaining to the investigations into the origins of COVID. This is a simple vote. But the simplicity of this vote is in stark contrast to the magnitude of the ramifications of this declassification process. By declassifying, we will be able to seek clarity, give transparency, and gain security, which is what the American people deserve. By declassifying, we have a chance to ensure that 7 million people who died of COVID are honored correctly. This is a chance to hold China accountable for COVID and seek justice and a reckoning. And perhaps most importantly, a chance to prevent another man-made pandemic such as this from wreaking havoc on the planet again. I think it's shameful that some have politicized this issue. This isn't political at all. Declassifying this information is simply the right thing to do. I've personally been cleared to handle classified information since I was 18 years old, and the point of classifying information is to protect American lives, whether it's civilians and/or military personnel. Information that is classified as material that would cause damage, serious damage, or exceptionally grave damage to national security if made publicly available. And now the irony of this debate, however, is that the release of this data will actually save lives and help prevent the loss of life in the future. It will enhance our security, not degrade it. But the continued overclassification of this data at the highest level actually poses the greatest threat to our nation's security. So this is an easy and simple yes vote. But the implications of this will determine whether or not we are able to prevent such another catastrophic pandemic from paralyzing us and taking so many lives. I encourage all members from both sides of the aisle to vote yes and enable us to get to the bottom of this, hold China accountable, and defend us against any future CCP threats. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves, and the gentleman from Connecticut is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to Dr. Barra of California, a member of the Select Committee on the Coronavirus.
The gentleman from California is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member and the chairman of the House Select Committee on Intelligence. This should be an easy vote, because this is just about science. It's about understanding the origins of this virus that created this pandemic, that took at a minimum 7 million lives, probably many more than that. It's just about science. We're not debating the geography of where this virus originated. We know that. But we're debating how this novel virus evolved. Like, this is a brand new virus, and that should go without question. So I hope this is a strong yes vote by both Democrats and Republicans. I think about this as a doctor and a scientist, someone who spent a lot of my time in Congress looking at global health security, looking at pandemic preparedness. I'm proud to serve on the Select Committee that is looking at coronavirus and the impact of this pandemic. My colleague, another physician, Dr. Wenstrup, is the chairman of that committee, and the ranking member is Dr. Raul Ruiz, who, again, I think if we can take the politics out of this, we can actually understand what happened over these past 3 years, the impact it had not just on the United States, but on the entire world. And we can work together as Democrats and Republicans and hopefully the global scientific community to prevent the next pandemic. That's what this is about. Now, I don't know if we'll ever find those origins if the Chinese Communist Party doesn't work with us. They've got to allow the best scientists in the world. It's in their interest as well, because They've suffered greatly. The Chinese people have suffered greatly from this pandemic. They ought to allow the best scientists in the world to go into ground zero, to the hot zone, to Wuhan, and try to understand how this virus evolved. Maybe it was a wet market. Maybe it was a lab leak. It's important for us to understand what it was, because that then will allow us to address and shore up the system. If it was a lab leak, we ought to have the highest safety standards in the world if we're doing this kind of research. We ought to look at whether we should do gain of function research. That's a legitimate question. There's a scientific debate about that, et cetera. But if it is a lab leak, we ought to understand that. We ought to come together as a global community and make sure we have the highest standards. If it was a wet market, if this was a naturally occurring virus that came from an animal into a human, we ought to understand that as well. We ought to put in the safety and the precautions to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. Let's take the politics out of it. Today, we've got a chance as the United States Congress to take a big vote, Democrats and Republicans, to say, let's try to figure out what happened. It affected all of us. And we ought to do everything we can as the United States Congress, Democrats and Republicans, as a global scientific community to prevent this from happening again in our lifetime and hopefully ever again. So I urge my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to vote yes on this bill. It will allow us to share information with the public because, again, this affected all of us, and I hope we have a strong yes vote on the COVID origins bill. Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Connecticut yields back, and the gentleman from Ohio is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill is the beginning of transparency Americans deserve regarding COVID's entry into our nation, a virus that's killed more than 1 million of our loved ones here at home and millions more across the world. Our colleagues on the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic will piece together all the facts and share them with the public, including the role played by elements of our government and the media to try and discredit those who told the truth about COVID. This bill is focused on safe disclosure of what our intelligence agencies have learned about the central role foreign actors had on the creation and spread of this deadly virus. It's important that Americans and others across the globe learn about the Chinese Communist Party's cover-up of COVID's origins at its Wuhan research facility, as well as the World Health Organization's subsequent role in suppressing this truth until China and others who echoed China's false narrative face accountability and consequences for that. We're just inviting the next cover-up. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves, and the gentleman from Connecticut is now recognized.
I reserve.
All right, the gentleman from Connecticut reserves, and the gentleman from Ohio is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman from Mississippi, Trent Kelly.
The congressman from Mississippi is now recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to encourage members to support passage of Senate Bill 619, a bill that requires the Director of National Intelligence to declassify information related to the origin of COVID-19. The need for transparency regarding the origin of this pandemic cannot be overstated, especially as the world continues to grapple with its effect. Thank you, Chairman Turner, for your leadership on this issue, and thank you to the Senate's Intelligence Committee for their diligent work. As you all know, the COVID-19 pandemic and the government's chaotic response has had a devastating impact on our nation and the world, and it has caused loss of life, disrupted our economy, and fundamentally changed our way of life. We owe it to the American people to inform them where this virus originated and how. Republican members charged with oversight have always been champions of transparency and accountability. By supporting this bill, we are showing the American people that we take this responsibility seriously. Republicans are keeping their promise to do everything within our power to get the truth and hold those responsible accountable. To date, the source of virus remains unclear, and there are strong indications that it may have originated from a laboratory in Wuhan, China. The American people deserve answers. They deserve to know the truth about the origin of this pandemic. Without transparency, the public will turn to malign actors for information, further undermining our citizens' trust in the government and its intelligence agency. As we know, Trust is a vital component of any successful democracy. When citizens do not trust their government, it destabilizes society and strains the fabric that binds our communities together. The intelligence community has a responsibility to provide the American people with accurate information that can help them make informed decisions. By declassifying the information on COVID-19, the DNI can help restore the public's trust in our intelligence community. In conclusion, I urge you to support passage of Senate Bill 619. It's our duty to the American people to do everything within our power to get to the truth, and this bill is an important step in that direction. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves, and the gentleman from Connecticut is now recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Connecticut reserves, and the gentleman from Ohio is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the congressman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like millions of people around the world, in 2020 I tested positive for COVID. I was fortunate. After several days in the hospital and 14 days on oxygen, I was able to recover. Many were not. Americans and the rest of the world deserve to know exactly where this virus started and any details surrounding the origins of the virus that launched the globe into chaos. If the CCP was not fully transparent during these times, people need to know that as well. How long did they cover it up? How long did they know that this virus had been unleashed? If we're going to defeat the Communist Chinese Party, our government has to be transparent about how malicious they have become. And the U.S. and other freedom-loving nations are going to have to join together to make sure that we expose their intents to the world. I believe that we all have the right to know about the origins of COVID-19, and I urge my colleagues to support this resolution to require the Director of the National Intelligence to declassify any of the information that we have on the origins of COVID and the CCP. Thank you, Ms. I yield.
Ohio reserves.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is now
Reserves.
recognized. The gentleman from Connecticut now reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the congressman from Utah, Mr. Stewart.
The gentleman from Utah is now recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. And again, I would like to thank the chairman and the majority or the minority leader for their supports on this. In April of 2020, so just months into the pandemic, we had a briefing from various agencies on the Intel Committee about the origins of the pandemic. And at that point, one of the agencies said to us, we know this did not come from the Wuhan lab. And many of us were angry at that. We said to them, how could you possibly know that? And the truth is, they didn't know that. The American people deserve to know the truth. Throughout the pandemic, Dr. Anthony Fauci has consistently said, anyone who would even propose this idea, that it came from the lab or some other source that was manufactured in China, was nothing but a conspiracy theory. He belittled anyone who suggested that. They tried to silence anyone who suggested that. And he advocated among his fellow scientists to do the same thing. Again, the American people deserve to know the truth. And I would defy anyone to give me any possible explanation why they would oppose this bill. This isn't like the movies. You can't handle the truth. The American people, of course, can handle the truth. They deserve to know the truth. And this final thought, even now, NIH is still listing the Wuhan Institute for eligibility to receive our federal tax dollars. That makes no sense at all. It's absolute nonsense. But we can't do that until, once again, we know the truth. I encourage support for this bill, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Ohio reserves, and the gentleman from Connecticut is now recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of the origins of COVID are so important that our Speaker has appointed a select committee on the origins of COVID. And our next Speaker, Dr. Wenstrup, is the chair of that committee. I yield 3 minutes to Dr. Wenstrup.
Is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Senate Bill 619, the COVID-19 Origin Act. The American people deserve answers on the origins of the COVID-19 virus, a novel coronavirus that sparked a pandemic and has killed nearly 7 million people worldwide to date. The impact of the pandemic on the American people has been catastrophic. We lost loved ones. Everyone's been touched. Our physicians, nurses, and healthcare workers were strained beyond capacity. We had to contend with lockdowns, school closures, resulting learning loss, as well as shutdowns and job loss, and the depression and suicide that spiked after these measures. Many Americans still suffer physically, mentally, and economically from the impact of the virus and the measures taken during the pandemic. This bill will provide some sunlight for the American people and for scientists and for physicians. I am honored to be one of 7 physicians on the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, as Dr. Barra had referenced earlier. But in order for us to be able to predict, prepare, protect, and prevent against a future pandemic, we need to know how and where this pandemic began. And there are sound reasons to conclude that this particular virus may have resulted from a lab leak in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. In the fall of 2019, well before Americans were aware of a problem in Wuhan, 4 unusual things happened at the Wuhan lab. Multiple researchers became sick with COVID-19-like symptoms, according to a State Department fact sheet. The Wuhan Institute deleted the sequences of viruses that they had in their library. They changed control of the lab from civilian to military, highly unusual, and had a contractor redo the ventilation system in the laboratory. Furthermore, we know the Wuhan Institute of Virology was conducting gain-of-function research on novel bat coronaviruses by creating chimeric viruses, combining 2 viruses together to test infectivity and creating them and infecting mice with these viruses for study, and that the Wuhan lab had applied to receive U.S. grant funding in order to insert what's called the furin cleavage site into novel coronaviruses, the same unique genetic aspect of COVID-19 that made it more infectious to humans. Last Congress, I was honored to lead the House Intelligence Committee Republicans in producing our 2nd interim report on the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. This Congress, I'm fortunate to continue this work as the chairman of the Select Subcommittee, where we will work on a bipartisan basis to follow the facts, conduct a fair investigation, and seek to deliver the truth to the American people. This bill we are voting on today to declassify information on the origins of COVID-19 virus will provide much-needed transparency for Americans who have lost so much in this tragedy. But it's only a start. So I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in this endeavor. Madam Speaker, I urge the support of this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Reserves.
Gentleman from Connecticut reserves, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
The gentleman is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S619, a bill to require the Office of the Director of National Intelligence to declassify all information related to potential leaks between the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the origins of COVID-19. We had red flags from COVID's origins from day one. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Folks, this screams like a duck. In January of 2020, Dr. Fauci received emails that promulgated that COVID-19 looked engineered and not from the wild. Yet 3 weeks later, to save his own skin, he commissioned a scientific paper which, quote, debunked the lab theory. He was academically and intellectually dishonest. Why? He did not want the American people to know the truth. The truth is that Dr. Fauci and his institution funneled hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money to promote dangerous gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology without proper guardrails. That is the key. The Wuhan lab was no more set up to deal with this deadly virus than my mother's kitchen. We had people, thousands, millions of people, lose their lives, their livelihoods, and their loved ones. This contagion leaked from the lab, and if that is the case, the world deserves to know. It is time to call out the duck in the room, release the intelligence that we need to find out the truth. We have been lied to by China. We have even been lied to by our own government leaders. We need the truth. I yield back. We ask our colleagues to please pass this bill.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I recognize myself for such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we were doing pretty well there, but behind the discussion of ducks were some pretty aggressive accusations of lying of American government officials, dishonesty, attributions of motives, which is what I'm really, and I think what we're all trying to avoid here. I'll say it again, as profoundly frustrating as it is, we just don't know. And we're entitled to have theories. We're citizens, after all. But we shouldn't be so certain in those theories that we're willing to impugn the character and motives of other Americans, especially if those Americans are in positions of responsibility that need to be trusted in the next pandemic. So I'll leave that there, but I do want to characterize and substantiate my rather frustrating observation that we just don't know with what the intelligence community believes is the latest assessment on the origins. And again, I understand this is frustrating, but facts are important. Here it is, and this is a publicly available document, but 4 intelligence community elements and the National Intelligence Council assess with low confidence that the virus was likely caused by natural exposure to animals infected with it. One IC element assesses with moderate confidence that the first human infection most likely was the result of a laboratory-associated incident. And then analysts at 3 IC elements remain unable to coalesce around either explanation. So that's a profoundly frustrating picture of organizations whose, in the aggregate budget, is tens of billions of dollars, who draw on all kinds of expertise, and yes, who are fallible, like any human institutions are. That's where they are, and sadly, that aggregates to we just don't know. And we're entitled to speculate, we're entitled to have theory, but I would just urge caution about impugning people's motives, imputing their character based on those theories, which are necessarily rooted in uncertainty. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman from Georgia, Dr. McCormick.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's about time. It's good to see a bill actually shed some light on a disease process. If we want to expose something, if we want to bring the truth, this should have been done a long time ago. When we first started seeing this disease in the emergency department, and I was there on the front lines seeing people with fevers for no reason, testing negative for flu, testing negative for strep, pneumonia, urinary tract infections. We couldn't figure out why they were sick. We were sending them home, not really understanding what was wrong with them. And then we had a hard time figuring out how to treat them, and went through a novel disease process, just like they did back in 1918 when we had the original flu pandemic, where 26 million people died in about a year. It should never come to a point where we become politically motivated, and more to the point of why we become so critical of people who should be trusted is when they have bias built into their argument to begin with. And that's what we're here to expose. When we have transparency, when we have declassified information so we can actually make a good judgment based on public opinion when it's exposed to the truth, I think it will expose that people were politically motivated, that they were embarrassed by their choices, and that they made choices to politicize this rather than get to the bottom of this. We cannot stop a disease by misunderstanding where it came from. We cannot have an honest discussion and heal our nation until we have accountability. And I think where the mistrust comes from is the fact that it was made politicized to begin with. And so I think it's fair criticism when you have emails that expose the fact that they were trying to spin it a certain way rather than having honest scientific discussion. That's fair criticism. And people should be held accountable if we're going to get to the bottom of this. And as an ER doctor who served the entire pandemic, since before we even knew what it was, watching people die in front of me, learning lessons, and those are honest lessons where doctors made decisions and in good faith made mistakes, but it was in good faith. And we wanted to expose those people who made decisions out of bad faith. And with that, I yield.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves, and the gentleman from Connecticut is recognized. The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized again.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the Congressman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, for nearly 3 years now, the truth
about COVID-19 and its origins have been hidden from the American people. We're at a real crossroads here. There should not be a single partisan fight over this issue. I mean, we're talking about the lives of so many people, not only in our country, but also throughout the rest of the world. Unfortunately, big government bureaucrats like Anthony Fauci abuse their positions of power to disguise and distort the facts and to further a tyrannical approach to our country. And anyone who dared ask the question about the origins of COVID or chose to make an independent healthcare decision for their own family were silenced, censored, and ostracized as conspiracy theorists. Lo and behold, we stand here today with so many of these truths that were previously called conspiracy theories turning out to be true. The most glaring example being that Fauci knew as early as March of 2020 that coronavirus leaked from a lab in Wuhan, China. And he spent the next 3 years dodging, misleading, mischaracterizing the possibility, and even using American taxpayer dollars to pay for studies to discredit that very thing. This is not just unfortunate. This is truly astonishing. And we wonder why the American people have a lack of trust in our government. It's because of these kinds of things. My constituents deserve to know the truth. Everyone that is here, their constituents deserve to know the truth. And Republicans delivered a commitment to America that we would deliver accountability, that we would have a government that is accountable. And it starts with things like this. We shouldn't fear government institutions. We should not fear the decisions that are made. But when you hide things and you mischaracterize things and you mislead the public, we do. And that's part of our commitment to America, is to uncover those things and make it accountable and transparent, to put things on the table and let people know the facts.
Is it over?
And that accountability is going to have to be for the lives that were lost, the livelihoods that were destroyed, and the years together that families were robbed of. Pass this bill, declassify this information, and let's get the truth. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close.
All right, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll reiterate my support for this bill and my gratitude to the chairman and the Republican majority for moving it quickly. This bill fundamentally is about something we haven't talked a lot about today, which is transparency. Transparency is a cornerstone of our democracy, because without transparency, the American people can't make the decisions that they need to make responsibly as citizens of a democracy. I'm sorry that we heard a little bit today accusations that the truth was hidden from the American people, that taxpayer funds were misused, that Dr. Fauci had a motive to cover himself, that there was government censorship. There's not one iota of evidence for any of that. And when we say those things without evidence, what we do is we reduce the American people's faith in their government. And eventually, when their faith in their government is reduced to nothing, we lose our democracy. Or we see people breaking windows downstairs to get into the government's chambers because it has been so discredited. But I'm going to set that aside right now because this is an important bipartisan effort to bring transparency around something that's going to be pretty frustrating for the American people, because no matter what's declassified, it won't be dispositive about the origins of the coronavirus. So this is a really important first step. I hope it will clear up some of the speculation, some of the rumors that are out there. And it is emblematic of something that the chairman and I care a lot about, which is that unless there's a really good reason to keep something classified, the American people are responsible enough to have that information. So with that, I'll thank again Chairman Turner for his work on this issue, for his commitment to bipartisanship, urge support from the whole House for S619, and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Connecticut yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I want to begin by thanking my ranking member. This bill comes to the House floor from the Senate with bipartisan support in the House, and it does so as a result of the leadership of the ranking member, Jim Himes. I appreciate his commitment to both declassifying information, to the importance of this information concerning COVID-19, and for the fact that we are working in a bipartisan manner to do so. This will be a very strong statement from this House today that we want to know the origins of COVID-19. The American public deserve to know the answers, and that we are moving to declassify the information that we have available. With that, I ask for support of Senate Bill 619 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 199, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to require the Director of National Intelligence to declassify information relating to the origin of COVID-19 and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number of having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 419 and the nays are 0. What's that? The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Yes. The House be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request 1 minute to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House is not in order.
Suspend. The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the incredible achievement and sacrifice of 4 remarkable women: Carmen Bird, Shay Hartley, Kristen Greger, and Mary Schramko completed the Norwegian Foot March on March 4, 2023. They did so in honor of Hunter Ritter, a veteran who tragically committed suicide. These 4 women showed remarkable courage, determination, and selflessness in carrying out this grueling march. They each carried $500 worth of quarters, which equates to 25 pounds of weight, to donate to Biloxi High School Junior ROTC. In doing so, they also supported the 22 suicides a day that our veterans commit. Their physical and emotional sacrifice represent the struggles that our veterans face every day. The march was first held in 1915 as a test of endurance for the Norwegian Army. Carmen, Shay, Kristen, and Mary completed this march and demonstrated their solidarity with the brave men and women who serve our country. They have shown they are willing to go the extra mile on this case for over 18 miles to support those who have given so much in defense of our freedom. I ask that we please recognize the epidemic that is causing suicides in our veterans and other young people, and let's please do something to fix it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to send an unequivocal, simple message to the transgender community. We have your back. The dangerous rhetoric we've seen across the country, including in this very body in the last week, is nothing short of reprehensible. And I, for one, will not allow this hateful, vitriolic rhetoric to go unanswered. Transgender people don't need to be changed or criminalized or eradicated. They need to be loved. They need to be supported. And they need to be able to look to their leaders in Washington and trust that we will protect their rights to live freely and safely, just as we would any other person in America. Oregon has consistently led the way in the fight for transgender rights, and I'm so proud to be from a state that prizes support over suspicion, compassion over culture wars, humanity over hatred. In Oregon, we say gay and lesbian and bisexual and trans and non-binary and two-spirit and queer and intersex and asexual. Oregon is proof that we can be better than this. And for the sake of the transgender community, we must be. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my friend Ednan Morris, who recently joined our Lord in heaven. During my time as Smith County Judge, I had the pleasure of working directly with Edna, an optimistic, gentle, patient woman who treated everyone around her with kindness. Edna was devout in her faith and firmly knew that her eternal future was rooted in it. She never worried. Edna consistently encouraged those around her to see the good in every situation, and she led by example. She persevered through many obstacles and lived a full life, passionately serving her community in any way that she could. From serving Smith County as Chief Deputy of Elections to helping in her church office to volunteering at her granddaughter's school. In a world where people have the choice to be anything, she chose to be kind. Edna will be missed deeply by me and so many others in Smith County. My prayers are with her, family, friends, and all who were blessed to know her. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to discuss how defense industry consolidation is hurting the American people and our national security. A 2022 Defense Department report shows the intense constriction of the defense industrial base. In 1990, there were 51 prime defense contractors, but since then, small and mid-sized contractors have been gobbled up. Now there are just 5, a 90% reduction. At the same time, suppliers have disappeared. Tactical missile suppliers down from 13 to 3, satellite suppliers from 8 to 4. This deprives the American people of competition for key elements of our defense, and military leaders have complained that current contractors often deliver behind schedule, poor quality products at too high of a cost. This lack of competition is leaving us ill-prepared and risks our national security and readiness. The way I see it, a weak or frankly non-existent antitrust enforcement allowed this to happen. We've got to step in to promote competition, to give smaller contractors a chance to grow and to stave off further consolidation. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Master Trooper James Bailey. He was killed in the line of duty 1 week ago from today. Trooper Bailey, a native of Auburn, Indiana, was a decorated 16-year veteran of the Indiana State Police. He was a warrior. He beat cancer 3 times. In 2010, Trooper Bailey was off duty and leaving lunch with his wife when an 87-year-old man collapsed in the parking lot. Trooper Bailey and his wife, a nurse, began CPR and saved the man's life. While many people called them heroes, Trooper Bailey simply said, "It's what we do. It's what we are trained to do, and that's why we get into this profession." That's who James Bailey was, a humble and dedicated public servant. But I want to be very clear, especially to his children, Joseph and Sophia. Your dad was a hero, and that is how he will be remembered. We will never forget his service and his sacrifice in Northeast Indiana. God bless the Bailey family, and God bless all of the law enforcement officers who risk their lives every single day to keep our families and our communities safe. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin arise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet at 4 p.m. on Tuesday next.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table HRes 197 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 6, House Resolution 197, resolution providing for the expenses of certain committees of the House of Representatives in the 118th Congress.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? The clerk will report the amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Yeah.
Section 1, Committee Expenses for the 118th Congress, A, and General with respect.
Dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the amendment is agreed to, and the motion to recon is laid on the table. Good. For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 212, a resolution I was proud to introduce earlier this week with Congressman Sorensen and Congresswoman Pedersen. My resolution is simple and opposes the 30% national sales tax plan proposed by several of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. A 30% sales tax would be a disaster for working families in my district who are already dealing with the high price of gas, exorbitant housing costs, and the rising costs of living. It would hit seniors living on a fixed income especially hard. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve more than mere messaging and performative politics over the next 2 years, and this plan is just that. I came to Congress to get things done, and I'll work with anyone, Democrats, Republicans, independents, to lower costs, simplify the tax code for the middle class, and tackle the most pressing kitchen table issues facing North Carolina families. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from South Carolina arise?
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Speaker.
The
I
gentlewoman is
rise.
recognized for 1 minute.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address a very important issue in South Carolina's 1st Congressional District, the state of South Carolina, the United States of America. Last week, a member of the state legislature in South Carolina filed a piece of legislation that would execute women who have abortions. To see this debate go to the dark places, the dark edges where it has gone on both sides of the aisle has been deeply disturbing to me as a woman, as a female legislator, as a mom, and as a victim of rape. I was raped as a teenager at the age of 16. This debate ought to be a bipartisan debate where we balance the rights of women and we balance the right to life. But we aren't having that conversation here in DC. We aren't having that conversation at home. We aren't having that conversation with fellow state lawmakers. This week, I filed a bill that would give women greater access to contraceptives by cutting the red tape, reducing the application fees with the FDA, and reducing that application process by half. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to get on board with these issues today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
The American people are fed up with the United States being involved in endless military conflicts around the world. For far too long, presidents of both parties have overstepped their constitutional authority, engaging in dubious legal gymnastics to continue involving U.S. troops in endless foreign conflicts without congressional authorization. Article 1 of the Constitution is clear. Congress has the sole authority to authorize military involvement in overseas conflicts. Once authorized by Congress, Article 2 of the Constitution allows the President to direct the military as Commander-in-Chief. Congress must reassert its sole authority, and not allow the executive branch to sidestep us. As the largest and most diverse group in the federal government responsible for representing the American people and their interests, Congress should engage in debate before the executive branch can involve U.S. troops in wars overseas. Tens of thousands of U.S. troops have been put in harm's way, and trillions of taxpayer dollars have been spent on overseas military ventures around the world without proper debate or oversight from Congress. Enough is enough. That's why I support the Syria War Powers resolution that the House voted on earlier this week. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support President Biden's new 2024 budget proposal. This budget is just what the country needs to move forward. It includes caps on insulin payments to $35 for all Americans. It restores the enhanced child tax credit and provides up to $3,600 per family per child. It contains $4.5 billion for infrastructure projects. It has $700 million for the Hudson River Tunnel and Gateway program, and it includes $219 million to eliminate lead pipes from drinking water around the country. This budget represents strong leadership, and it supports investments in the future of American prosperity. I am proud to support President Biden's new budget. Now, we need Speaker McCarthy to show the same responsibility and leadership with his budget proposal. And with that, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Seek to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Going to work is more than just earning a paycheck. It's an important part of human dignity. Unfortunately, too many Americans are getting paid not to work. According to a recent study, Americans can receive more money to stay home than they could putting in a hard day's work. According to their findings, families of 4 in 3 states can receive more than $100,000 in cash and benefits per year without working. A further 14 states allows a family of 4 to receive more than $80,000 in cash and benefits without working. In West Virginia, my home state, 2 unemployed parents with 2 minor children can make over $73,000 in unemployment benefits and health care subsidies. Unfortunately, this is more than essential workers like our firefighters and truck drivers make in a year. Hardworking West Virginians helped build America. From the coal industry to the logging industry, our nation needs mountaineers to keep America moving forward. While it's true that the CARES Act provided unemployment benefits for Americans in the early days of the coronavirus pandemic, the pandemic is over. Even President Joe Biden said as much on 60 Minutes. Now Congress needs to find bipartisan solutions to get Americans working again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to introduce my first bill as a member of Congress, the LEAP Act. This bipartisan piece of legislation aims to create new opportunities for American workers by supporting apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeship programs. These training programs are a proven way to address the job skills gap and to get folks ready for careers in growing industries. By providing tax credits to small businesses, this bill will both address the need for more qualified workers and cut educational costs, a win-win for employers and working people. I want to thank former Congressman Rodney Davis, who was the first to introduce this legislation back in 2013, and I want to thank Congressman Mike Carey for partnering with me to build on this proposal by eliminating age limits and emphasizing pre-apprenticeship eligibility. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in supporting career pathways and a chance for everyone to succeed in our changing economy. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Good afternoon. Today, I rise to honor the life of a local educator, state legislator, and hometown hero, Mr. J. Paul Taylor. He was a visionary leader who made a lasting impact on our community and across the state. Well, when I think of public service and what it means to be a public servant, I think of J. Paul Taylor. I think of his kindness, passion, and dedication to our state. New Mexico is a better place because of him. J. Paul Taylor served New Mexico House of Representatives for nearly 20 years. Many referred to him as the conscience of the legislature. He led with his heart, found common ground through his bipartisanship, and did everything with New Mexico in mind. His service to New Mexico continued after he retired. A longtime serving educator and a teacher, and as a principal, and served on the New Mexico Education Association 2 times as president. Last August, we celebrated his 102nd birthday with a visit to his home in Las Cruces. He had a reputation as a passionate educator, advocated for the arts and culture, and was a leader in bilingual education in the state. J. Paul Taylor was a true friend and mentor to many in New Mexico. From the bottom of my heart, I thank him for being a true public servant and dedicating his life to making a positive difference in our state. Let's all remember his love for public service and for advancing equitable education in New Mexico. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the significance of investing in education. Education is widely seen as a key determinant of social mobility within a person's lifetime. As a father of 2 school-aged children, Justin and Kyler, my job is to love them, share with them about the importance of faith, provide for them, and ensure they receive a quality education. That's why education is so personal to me. Mr. Speaker, there are 446 schools in the 1st Congressional District of North Carolina. Of those, 48%, nearly half, are fully funded by Title I. And schools within 13 of 19 counties I represent 100% rely upon Title I funding. Mr. Speaker, we must invest in our public education system to set our kids up for a lifetime of success, while laying the groundwork for generations of prosperity across eastern North Carolina and America. So, as part of my Live the Dream Down East tour, I will continue visiting schools in every county of our district. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for
Thank
1
you.
minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the recently named Best Coastal Small Town in America, Sandusky, Ohio. Now, Sandusky's home of Cedar Fair, the roller coast. We invite you to come. And this town is the pride of Ohio's 9th Congressional District, and this recognition a true accomplishment. The local Clubhouse number 3 sports social erupted into cheers last Friday when dozens of residents at a watch party heard the results come in. Their enthusiasm is emblematic of small towns across America where people will gather as a community to celebrate achievements, both big and small. And while this is a big accomplishment for a small Ohio town, it truly represents the best of America. Sandusky derives its name from the Seneca Native American tribe and translates into cold water, but the residents of this town are some of the warmest, kindest people you will ever meet. I encourage people from across America, visit Sandusky, come to enjoy our hospitality, and enjoy the astounding beauty of Lake Erie's freshwater South Coast and the warmest coast in the entire freshwater Great Lakes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy, January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker. Yesterday, we were given the President's budget, which outlines the President's so-called priorities. Well, his priorities were pretty clear. Continue to expand government at the expense of the American people. Expand government, a government that is at odds with the freedom, well-being, and prosperity of the American people every single day. Simple truth is, as my friends in the House Freedom Caucus and a large number of my other colleagues in the Republican conference have been articulating, we need to shrink Washington so that we can grow America. We cannot sustain and grow out of the $32 trillion of debt and the $20 trillion of debt that the Congressional Budget Office just outlined that we're going to add over the next decade. We will not, as a country, survive through that if we do not get economic growth to the 3.5%, and 4% levels that we saw under President Reagan, President Clinton, and in previous years. And you are not going to get economic growth if you do not get the federal government off the backs of the American people and stop empowering them to target Americans, to undermine Americans' freedoms. Biden's budget would increase taxes and implement price controls to the tune of $3 trillion. That's the president's plan. And what does the media do? They run around and go, oh, he's reducing the deficit. He's reducing the debt. Yet by his own measures, he'd be increasing the debt another $17 trillion over the next decade. The American people look to this body and this town with utter amazement at how stupid we could possibly be. If you set out and tried to be more incompetent and more stupid than the people that have been running this town for as long as I can remember, I'm not sure how you could do it. Seriously, that'd be a great exercise. Could anybody, if you put together 435 people here, 100 people on the other side, presidents and bureaucrats, swapped out over the last, say, 3 decades, could it be any worse? It's like William F. Buckley said, if he'd rather be governed by the first, 435 people out of the phone book than the 435 people we send here. Is he wrong? Seriously, it'd be a great inquiry for us to consider. $32 trillion in debt. Borders wide open. We've got American citizens unable to carry out their livelihoods, men and women in uniform who are being denied promotion, the ability to do their job in the Defense Department. We've got kids shut out from their schools, forced in the corners wearing masks, mental health issues, set back generations in terms of their academic capability. That's the best we got. That's the best we can do. We reject that. We believe in America. We believe in Americans. We do not believe that investing in Washington, investing in the federal bureaucracy is good for the American people. We believe the opposite. So the president wants to tax and regulate $3 trillion to save increasing the debt $3 trillion over the next decade down to $17 trillion. Ooh, boy, that'll do it. We propose an immediate savings of $3 trillion right now by cutting back the woke, weaponized federal bureaucracy that is undermining the freedom of the American people so that we can make them more free and prosperous so that they can grow this economy, so we can shrink the deficit, reduce debt, and reclaim the inheritance of being an American for our kids and grandkids. Think about what Biden's budget would do. It would spend a total of $6.8 trillion next year, $500 billion more than this year. $2 billion for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives to increase regulation of the firearms industry. I got thousands of Texans that I represent who are facing being made a felon because a bureaucrat at ATF decided what precisely a pistol brace might mean for how their gun is regulated. Think about that. There's some guy, some gal sitting in Central Texas, bought a weapon under the law. Now a bureaucrat says, you've got to do this, register this, or you're a felon. Now, I think the court will strike that down as unconstitutional, but why would this body, why would any Republican fund the bureaucracy that's going to make a felon out of a law-abiding citizen back home? So to my Republican colleagues, don't do that. How about $3.9 billion for the Department of Homeland Security's climate resilience programs? I didn't think about that. $3.9 billion for the Department of Homeland Security, which, by the way, refuses to secure the homeland, allows 72,000 Americans to die from fentanyl poisoning, allows cartels to get empowered and slaughter Americans in the streets of Matamoros in northern Mexico without a peep from this administration. Nothing. Let's give that department $3.9 billion for climate resilience programs. Does anybody wonder why the American people look at us and say, what in the hell are you doing? $2 billion increase for the EPA to target American energy. Now, I want to remind people, I want to remind all the kids out there watching this going, oh my God, but the world is going to die. We're going to end the climate change. We're going to get extinguished. Oh, really? Oh, really? Why is it that my Democrat colleagues who believe that the production of CO2 is going to be the end to humanity and the earth as we know it will not remotely consider nuclear power, which produces not an ounce of CO2? But they won't consider it. Why? Because it's a religion. It's climate fetishism. It's about government control. It's about being able to target the oil and gas industry to undermine the well-being of the American people by empowering bureaucrats so they can feel good about themselves, while China continues to pump out more CO2 than any other country, ratcheting it up week by week. 1,100 coal-fired plants in China. They build 2 a week while we sit around and play tiddlywinks with solar panels and windmills, leaving our grid in Texas unreliable, now almost 50% wind and solar. And we have to go, wait, what happens on a windless, cloudy day? I don't know. How do you want to power up your schools or your hospitals or your homes or your businesses? Could it be that you have to rely on coal or gas or nuclear power? Of course you do. Yet my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, not here, of course with all due respect, neither are my colleagues on this side of the aisle with the exception of the speaker. It's just how we do things in Washington. This is debate. A $2 billion funding increase for the Internal Revenue Service. is in the president's budget. Now, I want every American to understand that. They just passed a bill last summer, supposedly called the Inflation Reduction Act, that gives the IRS another $80 billion to expand. So that's what the American people want, is it? More IRS agents to go target more Americans to raise at most, by the CBO's own estimate, $100 to $200 billion over 10 years. So you're going to spend $80 billion to go target American citizens to bring in more money. By the way, the IRS targets poor people and minorities 3 to 5 times more than other Americans. So you're going to go hire more bureaucrats. You got $80 billion. And what does Biden do? He said, oh, that's not enough. $2 billion more for the IRS. Genius. $100 million at the Department of Education and grant funding for communities to promote racial and socioeconomic diversity in their schools. $62 million for the DOJ to exploit the FACE Act to target pro-life Americans. We could go on and on. The amount of money given to agency after agency, bureaucrat after bureaucrat, to target the American people. The FBI to target my now friend Scott Smith in Loudoun County, whose daughter was assaulted in a school. He dared to go to the school board. He got challenged by law enforcement, and the DOJ was going to be putting him on a list as a domestic terrorist because the National School Board Association was colluding with the White House to do so. Is that what we want to fund? A Department of Justice that would put a dad on a list as a domestic terrorist because he went to a school board to try to defend his daughter who was assaulted in a bathroom. That's what this administration wants to prioritize. Funding a woke, weaponized bureaucracy that is undermining freedom. They want to fund the FBI that went after Mark Houck in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, for daring to defend his son when they were outside of an abortion clinic and somebody was challenging his son and they were exercising their First Amendment rights. And he defended him without anything significant happening. They were not prosecuted by state law, but the feds went in and a SWAT team, 7 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday, his whole family coming on into the house, threatening Mark Houck. Is that what we want to fund? Is that what we want to use the power of government for? How about the $16,000? I know it's just $16,000. I realize that's, chicken feed in this establishment. In State Department funding for a pro-prostitution LGBT group in Colombia. Is that how we want our tax dollars spent? That's just $16,000. Doesn't mean anything. Does it? It does. $1.9 million in Department of Education funding for an Illinois nonprofit that trains teachers to center equity in the classroom. We need our kids to know math, how to read, science, how to lead the world, how to beat China. And we got $1.9 million to center equity, whatever the hell that means. $2 million for the State Department's Race, Ethnicity, and Social Inclusion Unit. As if the State Department is out doing wonderful things in the first place these days. How about $158 million in economic, law enforcement, and military support for Mexico? Pause. Yes, you just heard that correctly. We, the taxpayers, give $158 million to Mexico for economic, law enforcement, and military support while we are getting flooded at our border. Cartels are absolutely running amok and owning the state of Mexico as a narco-terror state, running fentanyl into America and killing Americans in Mexico. Congratulations, American people. You bought with $158 million a narco-terror state that is undermining our freedom and liberty, killing Americans, endangering migrants, endangering Texans. Congratulations, Americans. $34 million for the Office of Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. $34 million for Alejandro Mayorkas to screw up America. Congratulations to the American people on how your tax dollars are being spent. $1.7 billion, $1.7 billion for the ATF that I described earlier, that will make owners of the 10 to 40 million pistol braces in the United States felons. $6.3 billion for Anthony Fauci's NIAID, which was weaponized to completely lock down the United States and force vaccines on millions of Americans, massively increasing the profit of pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer and Moderna, making like $100 billion, under government mandates for vaccines with liability protection for the companies for a vaccine that even the morons in the department over at CDC, NIH, FDA are now at least acknowledging don't really do much for transmission. But oh yeah, let's give them $6.3 billion. $128 million for the Office of the CDC Director, who actively misled Americans about COVID vaccine efficacy while CDC and big tech colluded to suppress vaccine information, which we know to be true. We saw testimony yesterday. Our own colleague, Thomas Massie, had his own social media posts being edited and targeted in a disinformation campaign. Because anyone who dared question the wisdom of Anthony Fauci, anyone who dared question the government mandate that you stick a needle in your arm because they say so, because they politicized a virus and a vaccine, you were going to be set aside. There was going to be disinformation. Social media, Twitter, in collusion with all of those guys, shutting down free speech. And we should be horrified that the United States of America, with the First Amendment to the Constitution that is supposed to protect free speech, not for Thomas Massie as a member of Congress, yes, for him too, but for every American, regardless of the, quote, truth of what you're saying. The government doesn't decide what truth is. That's the whole point of free speech. And yet, we're funding the very tyrants in the executive branch, shutting down free speech, mandating vaccines, using the power of government to go after people and shut down their livelihoods, undermine freedom, undermine economic activity, and put us $32 trillion in debt so our kids and grandkids are going to inherit a bankrupt, tyrannical America. We should change that. We should reject that. And the great news is, Americans across this country are rejecting it. They are saying no. They do want to live free. They don't want a government that's shutting down their ability to live free, or their kids and their grandkids. They do want to send their kids to schools that teach their kids that America is great and good, and teach them the tools they need to succeed in life, rather than teach them that they should be ashamed of their country or be a victim. American people under COVID woke up. More parents are homeschooling their kids. More parents are looking for private school. More states are adopting school choice. More businesses are rejecting the mandates and the vaccine mandates. More individuals are saying no to those mandates. God bless the young man who's in the United States Navy who rejected the vaccine mandate. And because of our bill that we finally jammed through in December as Republicans, isn't being kicked out of the military, but he's still being harassed. He's still being denied the commanding officer job he always wanted. He's still being denied the ability to advance. They're going after him to pay the $75,000 of previous student loans. That must end. $122 million for the World Health Organization, which pushed lockdowns, vaccine mandates, and colluded with the Chinese Communist Party to cover up its role in COVID's origin, and now, with this administration, wants to control our health care and control how we're going to deal with vaccines in the future. Why would any Republican vote to fund the World Health Organization today? Why? We should not. We should reject that. We're Americans. We decide how we're going to live. $234 million for the EPA's Clean Water Program, so-called, under Waters of the United States, WOTUS, that put a 78-year-old veteran in jail for violating the waters of the United States by digging ditches on his land. That is your government at work, ladies and gentlemen. $456 million for the EPA, quote, clean air programs. Everybody wants clean air. I don't know anybody who doesn't want clean air. I don't know any state regulators who don't want clean air. But what we don't want is that to be used as an excuse to carry out the new methane tax, drive gas prices via the ethanol mandate, and destroy reliable coal and natural gas power plants via regulation, which is precisely what it's going to do. Yet we're all going to just sit by as Republicans and go, well, shrug. I guess that's just what we do. We got to increase government. Oh, all these kids are running around going, well, we got climate change. What are we going to do? How about we embrace clean burning American natural gas, develop more nuclear power, and recognize that China and India are the ones that are vastly growing and producing CO2 by developing more coal-fired plants, while we sit around and we play games, as I said earlier, with wind and solar, leaving us with unreliable grids, living on unicorn energy policies. $108 million in woke EPA environmental justice funding that will funnel through EPA's new Office of Environmental Justice and External Civil Rights. $108 million of your taxpayer money when we're $32 trillion in debt for environmental justice. You literally can't make up how stupid we are. You just can't. No. I mean, can you imagine the founding fathers? Wait a minute, hold on. So in 2023, we're going to be $32 trillion in debt. We're not going to actually secure our borders as a sovereign nation, allow them to be wide open. We're going to submit to the authority of international organizations to tell us what to do, fund those international organizations to tell us what to do. We're going to fund massive bureaucrats to create things like the so-called environmental justice departments with $108 million when we're spending $1.5 trillion more every year than we take in. I mean, that's just like the tip of the iceberg. How stupid can a people be? The American people aren't stupid. That's why they look at Congress with utter disdain. But we're stupid unless we change. And that's my request of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, is that we demand change. When there's a debt ceiling fight this summer, when the president wants to play chicken and Russian roulette with the debt ceiling increase to borrow more money, to raise our credit card limit, we should demand change. We should demand actual change. We should demand immediate change. When we say return spending for the bureaucratic state to pre-COVID 2019 levels And when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the president say, you can't do that, you remind them about the $122 million for the World Health Organization or the $108 million for the, quote, environmental justice programs, or the $15 million for the United Nations bodies that developed the Paris Agreement. Just that alone. How about $7 million in the Department of Interior funding for the monarch butterfly? $20 million in earmarks dedicated to sidewalks. $20 million dedicated in federal funding for sidewalks. Boy, there's a real federal nexus there, huh? Article 1, Section 8, thou shalt fund sidewalks. It's asinine. Yet, that's what we do. It's like breathing for members of Congress. Just keep funding crap because, well, I don't know, I got a dinner to go to and I can't bother to peel back the appropriations bills or the big omnibus bill that's sent over by a bunch of senators who are running to their steak dinners and can't even bother to do the appropriations bills in the first place, including 18 Republicans, by the way, who voted for a $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill, which I will constantly remind all 18 of them and all Americans of those 18 who voted for a massive $1.7 trillion omnibus spending bill that denied us the ability to secure the border, expanded the size and scope of the federal government. It is not just a singular one-party problem, ladies and gentlemen. This body needs a little religion, actual religion, and a little bit of fiscal sanity religion. We can change that. We can shrink Washington massively. Right now, in year one, we can shrink Washington so that we can get it out of the way and grow our country back to prosperity. That is step one in reclaiming our American birthright. Shrink Washington, grow America. We can save over $3 trillion over the next decade if we cut the funding of the bureaucracy back to pre-COVID levels and cap future growth. Rescind $91 billion of unobligated COVID money just sitting over there right now waiting for a bureaucrat to find something to spend it on. End the unfair, unlawful $400 billion student loan bailout that the president promised that is going to be deficit spending this year. Just boom, $400 billion of 2023 deficit spending. For what? Paying off the loan? Some kid who went to college, he's got a sociology degree and hanging out in his parents' basement tweeting and sitting on Instagram and trying to, find a job. Oh, no, we got to pay off that kid's loan. But the plumber who didn't go take out that loan to go to some liberal arts college filled with a bunch of white elite liberals, patting themselves on the back for how compassionate they are for brown people, because that's what they do. Let's pay off their loans, but let's make the plumber eat it. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. We reward irresponsibility instead of actually telling the hardworking American who does it all the right way, you're the one that gets rewarded. Under no circumstances should Republicans vote to increase the debt, to borrow to fund a $400 billion student loan bailout for rich, liberal, white elitists, for the most part. It's a statistical matter. While we're leaving hardworking Americans who didn't take out those loans, or like my wife, the daughter of a single mom who took 2 jobs, worked hard to send her to a state university, who worked to pay off her loans. She's still paying them. 20 years since we graduated from law school, my wife is still paying off the remaining vestiges of her law school student loans. After paying her way and getting loans to go to Texas A&M and the University of Texas School of Law, doing the right thing, driving a 2000 Corolla with no options for like a decade. That's what you do if you're responsible. That's how you're supposed to live. We can save that money right now and do more good for the American people than funding and paying off these student loans. We can reclaim the $80 billion of Internal Revenue Service money that's sitting in a pot over there right now. We can reform welfare programs to get people back to work, protecting Social Security, retirement, and Medicare benefits in the process. And we can grow America by expanding liberty and promoting economic growth, forcing policy changes to make the government do its job, curb regulatory power by enacting the REINS Act to make Congress decide if the regulations by bureaucrats should be enacted, if they have a major economic impact. These are all things we can do right now and save up to $3 trillion over 10 years as a first step to shrinking Washington and growing America. That's our plan. The president's plan is to expand Washington and undermine America. Does the gentleman need how many? For this topic or generally? Can we go, are you on a clock? Why don't we go about 10 or 15 and then yield? Is that okay? I'd yield to the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, for your leadership once again, and in particular on this all-important issue of the fiscal and economic stability of our country, but more than that, not just the financial part of it, which we cannot overstate. We can't overstate the harm being to our country from a spending standpoint, with $32 trillion in national debt on the backs of our children or grandchildren, $100,000 per citizen. But in addition to that, how that debt and how that spending has accumulated for the purpose of literally harming the American people. How our own government has become weaponized against its own citizens, trying to control every aspect of our lives, trying to control decisions like whether or not we can use a gas stove, have or use a gas stove, whether or not we can choose what kind of car we want to drive, whether or not we can heat or cool our homes the way that we want to, whether or not we can exercise our God-given, constitutionally protected Second Amendment rights, whether or not we can make decisions for ourselves on whether or not we can operate our business, earn a living, educate our children the way that we want to without the heavy hand of government coming in. So we've got $32 trillion in national debt, $100,000 per citizen. And what is this president's response with the budget proposal that he rolls out yesterday to increase spending about 56% beyond where it was pre-COVID? So to go from $4.4 trillion in spending, this president wants to increase it by $2.5 trillion to $6.9 trillion. That $6.9 trillion, for just 1 year, mind you, is about $20,000 per American citizen. How many Americans today would vote to borrow and spend, we got to put borrow in front of all of it, to borrow and spend $20,000 on their personal credit card to do things that are not only helpful to them, but much of which are harmful to them, on top of the $100,000 in national debt that we have per citizen today? Thank God for Republicans who are going to come into the gap and stand on the wall, defend the American people, and bring some stability, finally, some fiscal stability to our country, and cut the spending, deal a blow against the woke, weaponized government that is assaulting and harming the American people. And we're going to do that with the opportunity that we have as we face the debt ceiling limit. We're going to utilize this opportunity of our newfound congressional House rules that are going to allow us to put reforms in place for not just this year and next year, but for the future, to put us on a path to fiscal responsibility. And Congressman Roy from Texas, I want to thank you for showing leadership once again on the most important fundamental issues for our country.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Virginia, and I thank him for his leadership. We joined together with our colleagues in the House Freedom Caucus this morning to announce what we believe is the, I'd say, bare minimum, if you will, the sort of baseline for resetting the table on how we deal with spending, and importantly, empowering the American people by shrinking Washington and growing America, because we trust the people to do it, not government. I know this is an age-old debate, but this is something where Leviathan, right, this great beast, this thing we call the federal government, is growing and expanding in power in ways that should concern every American. Just yesterday in the House Judiciary Committee, there were conversations about the power of the federal government being used to chill speech, to target American citizens, to shut down their First Amendment rights. Now think about it. Is there anything more concerning than the power of the government being used to chill the fundamental rights given to us by our Creator, as reflected in the Bill of Rights, than what we're seeing right now? The FTC going after right now, targeting. They want to know, wait, who's involved with all of this, right? They're actually targeting journalists, targeting private citizens. Is that what the power of the government is supposed to be used for? I would ask the gentleman from Virginia.
Clearly not. And the loss of trust and confidence, to the degree that it's been lost in the last 2 years in our federal government, in our election systems, in our government agencies, in even our Department of Injustice, I would call it, is just so damaging to the future of our country. How do we get that back? How do we restore it? We start by not funding it, not funding those agencies, those bureaucracies that are perpetuating such harm on the American people. And you made the point earlier today so well that we talk about going back to pre-COVID spending at $4.4 trillion. Yeah. At that point, that was record spending in the history of the country. Right. That was leading us to some, at that point, maybe $25 trillion in national debt, untold amount that we haven't had since World War II. That was the pre-COVID. That was out of hand. That was out of control. It's just this president who's taken it to a new level. $10 trillion in new spending in the first 2 years of administration has never happened before in the history of the country. But it's not just the dollars, which if this was good spending, meaning things that we thought were justified, if you will, or positive things, we don't have the money. We can't afford it. We're bankrupt. But worse than that, when we're spending money literally to make our military weaker, we're spending money literally to keep our border open to the Mexican crime cartels. We're spending money literally to harm our kids in schools. We're spending money literally to try to ruin the country. If you were setting out 2 years ago to try to ruin the country, what would you do differently than what this administration has done while borrowing the money to do it?
Yeah, I asked earlier, if you set out over the last 2 or 3 decades to do a worse job than the leadership of this country in this chamber, the Senate, the bureaucracy, and the White House, could you imagine doing a worse job than over the last 3 decades? I mean, in truth, the amount of debt that has been accumulated, right? In 2003, when I was a baby staffer for a senator on the other side of this building, the national debt was about $6 trillion.
We couldn't imagine it at that time.
Right. And it's now $26 trillion more than that. And the president is patting himself on the back for saying, well, we're not going to increase debt by 20 trillion, we're only going to increase it by 17 trillion over the next decade by taxing and regulating the American people into oblivion. I would just ask the gentleman, last question here, and then we're going to, in a couple of minutes, I want to yield to my friend from West Virginia. But would it surprise the gentleman that we're spending $158 million in economic, law enforcement, and military support for Mexico? So again, the American people, you and I, we are funding to the tune of $158 million Mexico's law enforcement and military. While it's becoming a narco-terrorist state, cartels are literally killing American citizens in Mexico, infiltrating our country, causing 72,000 dead Americans from fentanyl poisoning. This is the thing the American people don't understand. Does the gentleman agree?
So we're borrowing an additional $150 million to send it to a Mexico that is controlled by the crime cartels,
right,
so they can utilize that funding to invade our southern border with the individuals who are allowing to pass through their country,
correct,
trafficking drugs, human trafficking, sex trafficking, who knows what, hundreds of thousands every month, but yet we're going to borrow $150 million to send it to them to help them do it.
That's correct. And if the gentleman doesn't mind, I'm going to end here with a few minutes on the border and then yield to the gentleman of West Virginia, and I thank my friend from Virginia for coming down.
Thank you, Congressman Roy.
And so on that point of what we're funding, 4.5 million encounters of illegal aliens at the southern border since the beginning of the Biden administration, 7,000, 8,000 migrants crossing a day, 1.3 million gotaways, nearly 1.7 million illegal aliens released into the United States. That means we've released more into our communities than the population of at least 11 individual states. Under this administration, there's been surges of known or suspected terrorists at the southwest border. 0 in fiscal year 19, 3 in fiscal year 20, 15 in fiscal year 21, 98 in fiscal year 22, 53 so far after one quarter in fiscal year 23 of individuals that are affiliated with known or suspected terrorists at the southwest border. Last summer, 53 migrants died in a tractor trailer in San Antonio, which I represent, cooked in the Texas heat. And that is somehow compassion? 880 migrants have died crossing the U.S.-Mexico border in fiscal year 22, and that does not count the thousands that have died across South Texas and other places on ranches. Doesn't count the little girls sitting in stash houses as we speak, getting sold into the sex trafficking trade, while Mayorkas and Biden fiddle while our nation's borders are burning. Just last week, 4 Americans traveling to Mexico, one of them a mother of 6. They were attacked by cartels in broad daylight. 2 were dead, 2 are getting care. And we give $158 million to Mexico for law enforcement and military. This is why today I'm reintroducing my legislation to designate these drug cartels as the terrorist organizations that they are, so that any individual associated with them that provides material support to a designated FTO would be sanctioned and could be pursued lawfully. Materials include, but is not limited to, providing weapons, safe houses, lethal substances. Representatives and members of a designated FTO would be subject to removal. Financial institutions can be targeted. But the main point is to make clear that these dangerous cartels are the equivalent of ISIS and Al-Qaeda right off our border, killing Americans, killing Mexicans, turning Mexico into a narco-terrorist state, giving China an avenue to get to the United States, to pump fentanyl into our communities, and this administration is doing nothing. And this Congress must not continue to fund a government that is at war with the American people, funding a woke, weaponized federal government that is undermining our freedom, undermining our prosperity, undermining our liberty. It is our duty as Republicans and all members of Congress to use the power of the purse to defund the executive branch that is tyrannically at odds with the well-being of the American people. And with that, I would be delighted to yield to my good friend from West Virginia and appreciate his great service to our country and look forward to hearing from him.
Thank you. I appreciate the passion of my good friend from Texas, and many of the points he's making need to be heard and understood, even if it's uncomfortable. The truth has to be told. But Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about legislation I'm promoting to return the United States to the gold standard. As was discussed earlier, our nation is facing an inflation crisis not seen in over 40 years. Inflation is a regressive tax, hurting lower-income Americans more than anyone else. West Virginians have seen the value of their savings erode before their very eyes as a result of the reckless tax and spending spree of President Joe Biden and the Washington Democrats and an overzealous Federal Reserve. Thanks to Democrats, your 401k is now more like a 301k, and it'll go even lower if they stay in power. Today, our national debt is over $32 trillion, which is borrowed not only from Americans, but also from foreign adversaries. We know who's responsible for the current debt crisis, but the question has to be asked, what in our country's history allowed us to get to this point? The answer can actually be traced back to 1971, when President Richard Nixon took the United States off the gold standard. Rather than tackle the root causes of economic challenges, Nixon severed the dollar's convertibility to gold once and for all. President Nixon said at the time that that would actually combat inflation. Art Laffer, a well-known and respected economist, accurately warned that taking the United States off of the gold standard would actually only exacerbate these problems. What followed was a period of severe inflation, rivaled only by what we're seeing today. Domestic production became more expensive, and corporate profits declined. So companies were encouraged to shift production abroad, overseas, where labor costs were cheaper. Today, our number one economic rival is China, which continues to attract American companies due to the cheapness of production there. Now, the gold standard, as we know it, is not actually using the gold as currency, but rather tying the dollar bill directly to the value of that gold. Under the gold standard, any American would be able to trade their dollars for a fixed amount of gold. By linking the dollar to the value of gold, the money supply could only be increased if the supply of gold increases. This connection protects the purchasing power of your hard-earned tax dollar. The gold standard would protect against Washington's irresponsible spending habits and the creation of money out of thin air. Prices would be shaped by economics rather than instincts and wishes of federal bureaucrats. With the gold standard, no longer would our economy be at the mercy of the Federal Reserve and reckless Washington spenders. Through government mismanagement and economic manipulation, is it any surprise that many Americans are looking for alternatives to the U.S. dollar in cryptocurrencies? Americans are losing confidence in our currency. It is long past time for Congress to begin considering a return to the gold standard. That's why I'll be introducing legislation to do exactly that, as I have in previous Congresses. Under my proposal, the Secretary of the Treasury would define the U.S. dollar in terms of fixed weight of gold based on the market price, while allowing dollar bills to be exchanged for gold at that rate. Had the United States been on the gold standard or some other fixed standard, we would not be in the inflation crisis we're in today. I hope to work with the new Republican majority to make sure this issue gets the attention it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address my bill, the Expanding Access for Capital for Rural Job Creators Act. Earlier this year, the House resoundingly passed my bipartisan Expanding Access to Capital for Rural Job Creators Act. Rural small businesses face unique challenges that big city businesses do not. Nearly 20% of the United States population lives in rural areas, and yet businesses in rural areas raised under 2% of total capital over the last 3 years. West Virginia, which I'm so proud to represent, is a very rural state where no city has a population greater than 50,000 people. So my legislation simply requires the Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation Office, to identify and report to Congress those challenges rural small businesses face when trying to access our capital markets. This will make it easier for Congress to then act to address these problems. My bill would make it easier for Congress to do our jobs and make sure rural small businesses, like in West Virginia, are not left behind. And I hope the Senate takes up this common sense measure promptly. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. I yield back the time to the gentleman from Texas. Keep up the good work.
I thank the gentleman from West Virginia and appreciate his strong passion representing the great people of West Virginia. And he's a good friend and glad that he could join us here today. Earlier, I was talking about the need for this country to reclaim economic growth in order to dig ourselves out of the hole that this absurd institution and lack of leadership from Washington, D.C. has created for the American people in the form of $32 trillion of debt, ridiculously stagnant economic growth. After decades of being able to achieve growth in the 3 and 4% range, we are now sitting in the doldrums of 1% type economic growth. But that might even be rather robust in the era of Joe Biden. And so I'd like to yield to my friend and gentleman from North Carolina to expand upon this important point.
I thank Mr. Roy for yielding. And Mr. Roy, of course, the president's budget recommendation came over a month late yesterday. And there was one detail I read in the New York Times, so it must be true, although it's the only place I've had a chance to see it yet. And what immediately popped into my mind when I read this detail is that Karine Jean-Pierre said last week, I can remember saying it, that the president's economic plan is working for the American people. And that popped back into my head because the detail disclosed by the New York Times is the administration predicts economic growth in this fiscal year not 3.5%, not 4% certainly, not 2.5%, not 1.5%, 0.6%. You have to start talking about economic growth in what the economists call basis points because it's so small. So if the economic plan of the Biden administration is working for the American people, that means 60 basis points of economic growth anticipated in the year. And guess what the Biden administration says about that? We should do nothing different. We should keep doing the same thing that's producing 0.6% of economic growth, except one other thing. We should pile the burden of a lot more taxes on the economy. Because apparently that's going, because what do we need? 30 basis points of economic growth? Republicans believe we need to change. I yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
I appreciate my friend from North Carolina. I'd inquire how much time we have remaining.
The gentleman has 8 minutes remaining.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't know that I'll use every bit of that. I appreciate the point the gentleman from North Carolina just made because it's critically important, and it merits at least one final repetition, that this great country racked up the level of debt that we currently have today relative to the size of its economy in 1946. But why was that? To rid the world of fascism, to confront our enemies, defeat those enemies, and protect this great country. And then we embarked for 50 years and grew ourselves to the point to be able to balance the budget by 2000 with strong economic growth. It took that much time. And here we sit today in 2023 with $32 trillion of debt, sitting at the president's own admission of 60 basis points economic growth this year. He wants his grand solution to be, oh, we'll just rack up $17 trillion more debt in the next decade because I'm going to save $3 trillion by taxing the American people and regulating the American people. It doesn't work. This is President Biden's actual form of voodoo economics. He's going to level this country, layer mountains more debt on our kids and grandkids, all while funding the very things that are undermining our ability to have economic growth, prosperity, and freedom. As I noted before, the millions of dollars going to the EPA to turn an American citizen into a felon and put him into jail because he had a pond on his ranch. The millions of dollars in the name of clean air that is going to regulate with methane regulations to drive the price of gas, the price of energy up for the average American. Every single American should demand of his or her representative in this body that we stand up to a tyrannical executive branch overstepping its bounds, undermining our freedom, undermining economic growth, and every member of this body should look to cut spending this year of the federal bureaucracy, return it to pre-COVID levels as a baseline, save $3 trillion by getting government out of the way, restore economic growth and hope and opportunity for our kids and grandkids, stop funding the very things that are undermining our well-being, secure our country, secure our border, have a sparingly used but lethal non-woke military that will kill people and destroy things when they need to, and restore the greatness of this country by shrinking Washington and growing America. And with that, I would yield back to the chair.
Okay. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's so exciting to be up here and to be able to have this discussion. I want to thank the Minority Leader, my colleague and good friend, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries, for allowing me this time to direct everyone's attention to the importance of this month. I know that it is Women's Month and we've been hearing so much about this, but what's an honor for me is to stand to you today because it is also Virgin Islands History Month. I stand on the shoulders of strong Virgin Islanders who came before me, a people who are known for their courage, leadership, sacrifice, and most importantly, their resilience. The Virgin Islands is known for so much more than just white sandy beaches and as a popular vacation destination. I tell people all the time, there's more than just the beaches, a reason why 7 nations have fought, bought, and done what was necessary to attempt to own these beautiful islands. We are made of culture-rich lands and a diverse history. Though not always pretty, there's great beauty in our past that shaped our present and directs us towards our future. Like most Caribbean countries, the Virgin Islands history begins with the story of pre-colonial inhabitants of the island and, of course, of slavery. And even beyond that, to a rich history of people, of families, of communities working and striving every day. Many people are unaware that the Virgin Islands is the only place that is part of the United States where Columbus actually set foot. Many other places, he just looked out and said, I'm going to name it this or that or the other. But the Virgin Islands, and in particular the island of St. Croix, is the place where he actually had resistance from the inhabitants who lived there. And we know that from his own logbooks, from people on the boat who fought, who recognized that the Caribs that were there were putting up a resistance to these men coming in 1492. In 1733, on the island of St. John, we have recorded the first major slave insurrection in the Western Hemisphere. The individuals and people there were so incensed at being enslaved that they organized themselves, actually overthrew those who had enslaved them, and held the island for a year before the Danes could organize with the English, the Spaniards, with others to fight back and take back the land. I'm so grateful that in this last Congress, this body, in a bipartisan way, were willing to support a recognition of that. And there will be this year a plaque put up at Ram's Head on the island of St. John, the site of where the organizers brought themselves together and made the determination that they would rather commit suicide than go back to slavery. Ram's Head is the location where they engaged in collective suicide by jumping off of the cliff rather than going back to slavery. In 1848, the Virgin Islands is also the place on the island of St. Croix where individuals organized, worked together, and overthrew completely slavery well before the Emancipation Proclamation was made here in the United States. It is one of only two places, the Virgin Islands and the island and the people of Haiti, who were able to obtain their freedom through violent and organized overthrow. We're blessed as Virgin Islanders to celebrate Virgin Islands history, as well as the same month as Women's History, because Virgin Islands history is not complete, of course, without women. To begin, I must first acknowledge the record number of women as well as the record number of people of color currently serving in this Congress. This record represents a 59% increase from the 96 women who served in the 112th Congress. Women in this body have come a long way. I'm thrilled to continue to break glass ceilings as well as we impact history. For decades, women of all backgrounds have worked to break barriers in communities, workplaces, schools, universities. We often forget to give recognition to the lesser-known women. The great Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black woman to serve in this body, famously said, "If they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair." I say, let's take it a step further. Forget the seat, give women the whole table and watch what happens. As a Black woman, I think about my own mother and all mothers who every day, even when it wasn't common to work, they sacrificed, occupied space where they were underrated, underappreciated, and marginalized. Without that history and those individuals, we would not be who we are today, which is why I'm proud and I'm honored to represent my home, my ancestral home of the Virgin Islands. During this Virgin Islands History Month and Women's History Month, I proudly recognize the indomitable spirit of women like Mary Thomas, one of the organizers of Fireburn, Anna Heigard, who was the woman who spoke to the governor, the Danish governor at the time, and convinced him and talked with him about emancipation, Bertha Bisholta, one of our educators, Arona Peterson, Senator Ruby Rouse, who was one of the first aide-de-camps of General Eisenhower during the war, a Virgin Islander, Edith Bourne, Lorraine Berry, one of the great legislators on our island, early trailblazers who championed women's freedom, equality, and power for Virgin Islanders. While the faces of power are growing and there's still work to be done, it's refreshing to look back to gain inspiration and encouragement from Virgin Islanders who have gone before, and these women face deliberate, unconscious bias, and yet they prevailed. We should note the importance of representation for women in leadership, politics, law enforcement, across every sphere is evident. In politics alone, evidence shows that more women in public decision-making and public policy produce policies that benefit women, children, families in general. Women are more inclined to work across the aisle with colleagues, to work in a bipartisan fashion, to negotiate. As a lawyer, I know that the best contracts, the best negotiations are when everybody has to feel a little bit of pain for it to be the best. Women are willing to do that. Loans, we know that loans given to women businesses exponentially support families and entire communities than loans given to men. We need women. Let us all continue the great work, all of us. That includes men who are brothers, sons, fathers. We need you all to break the bias and advance the cause of women's rights in our communities, our government, and our world. Throughout the month of March, let us continue to celebrate heritage, history, as we look to our future. Happy Women and Virgin Islands History Month. I want to rise and highlight a few influential women that have helped shape Virgin Islands history during Virgin Islands History Month. Now, of course, so often in the Virgin Islands, we talk about the men, and the men have done amazing things. The Virgin Islands has produced great actors and artists like Camille Pissarro, one of the founders of French Impressionism, actors like Kelsey Grammer and Lawrence Hilton Jacobs. We have tremendous athletes in our past, like Horace Clarke, Elrod Hendricks, and of course, my own cousin, Elmo Plaskett, all having served in professional baseball. Peter Holmberg, a native St. Tomian, has done amazing things in sailing, as well as the Jackson family. Father and sons are tremendous boxers. Of course, everyone knows us for having had Tim Duncan, one of the greatest, the GOAT, NBA player in history. Musicians like Alton Adams, the first naval bandmaster, Dion Parson, who has worked at Lincoln Center Jazz and has one of the most amazing jazz ensembles, John Lucien, another great artist. These are all tremendous. The men are great. But let us first talk about a few of the women in Virgin Islands history. The first one I can think of is Eulalie Rivera. Miss Rivera was born on August 2nd, 1907 in Frederiksted, St. Croix, to Carl Rosen and Henrietta Williams, and during her lifetime played a tremendous role in the Virgin Islands. In her autobiography, Growing Up in St. Croix, Miss Rivera gives an account of her life that portrays the attitudes and culture of the Virgin Islands at that time, witnessing the transfer of the Virgin Islands from the Danish West Indies to the Virgin Islands of the United States, a change in ownership and complete culture, events to rumors of being the first woman to ride a bicycle on St. Croix. Eulalie's mother passed away during her childbirth, and she was raised in homes for children where she was instilled a love of learning. Ms. Rivera dedicated more than 30 years to the education system in the Virgin Islands and taught at the Christiansted Kindergarten, the Diamond School, La Grande Princesse School, and Claudia Marco School. She was instrumental in helping the Caribbean culture and Virgin Islands culture by helping to create such activities as the St. Croix Christmas Festival. She served as president of the Women's League of St. Croix, supervisor of the Lutheran Church Sunday School, founder of the Independent Citizens Movement political party, a charter member of the St. Croix Business and Professional Women's Club, and a member of the Frederiksted Democratic Club, the Frederiksted Hospital Auxiliary, the Virgin Islands League of Women Voters, the Committee on Aging, and the Friends in Denmark. She was busy. She loved her home. In 1974, the Grove Place Elementary School was renamed after her. She is a beloved ancestor and elder. I'd also like to recognize Eileen Peterson. Eileen Ramona Peterson was born on St. Croix and holds the distinct privilege of being the first woman to serve as a judge in the United States Virgin Islands. And she is also one of the few women jurists throughout the Caribbean region. I can recall Judge Peterson telling me about the fact that after she was nominated and confirmed in the Virgin Islands as a judge, the men thought that they would get her, and she did not have an office. She didn't have internal chambers at which to work. And every day at lunchtime, she would take all the files from her courtroom and go and sit in her car and work on the cases before then going back to court and making decisions, because there was no place else for her to work. That did not stop her from doing her job, executing justice, and doing what was right. Judge Peterson was the first appointed judge of the municipal court, now the Virgin Islands Territorial Court, by then Governor Melvin Evans in 1971. She became a practicing lawyer in 1967 in Washington, D.C., and she returned home to the Virgin Islands to give that education, that mind, so much that she had learned back to her people. She became an assistant attorney general under Attorney General Francisco Canero, and after 20 years of service on the bench, she resigned and is now in her retirement. I would be remiss if I didn't mention another judge who's still with us, the Honorable Denise M. Francois. Denise Francois was born on St. Thomas, obtained her Bachelor of Arts from Amherst College, and continued at the University of San Diego School of Law, where she received her Juris Doctorate. She was admitted to the State Bar of California, the Virgin Islands Bar, and the U.S. Court of Appeals. She joined as a partner in a law firm on St. Thomas, where she worked for the people. In 2013, she was appointed judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. She has chaired the Advisory Committee on Rules and aided in drafting the Virgin Islands Rules of Civil Procedure and the Virgin Islands Rules of Evidence. She is still blazing a trail as a great jurist and a legal mind. I love libraries, and I love books. And of course, I would have to speak about a librarian and archivist, Miss Enid Maria Bay, for whom the library in Charlotte Amalie St. Thomas is named. She pioneered librarianship within the Virgin Islands, the Caribbean, and internationally. She developed her love of library work when she was really young. As a new graduate student of the first high school in St. Thomas, she helped establish the first high school library. Her interest in professional ambition led to several advanced degrees, including Hampton University and Columbia. During and after her studies at Columbia, she held professional positions at the university, at the United Nations Library, at the New York Public Library, in their reference division. And coming back home, she was appointed Director of Libraries and Museums under Governor Archibald Alexander in 1954. She's seconded to head the Caribbean Organization's library in Puerto Rico and has been an editor, an archivist, so much work that she's been done to make sure that our history, the words of people, books are available to all. You know, many people forget about the smallest island. Well, Water Island is the smallest, but St. John, where there is so much work to be done and where people have worked so hard together. There was a woman who was born in 1908 in June, Myra Keating Smith. She's passed away and is with the elders from 1994. She was a pioneering nurse and midwife. She was the only provider of health care on the island of St. John for almost 2 decades. She was taught as a small child in homes, organizations of people on the island of St. John, bringing children together in parlors, in kitchens to learn. Her parents taught her themselves. At 14, they sent her on a boat to New York City and then by train to be taught at Tuskegee Institute. Then, after working for some years, she came home in 1931, and she, by foot, boat, or by horseback, when there were no roads, were no trails, provided health care to the people of St. John. You know, our history is rich. There's so much that we all can learn from people who are so resilient, who are so willing to give of themselves, to go out, to learn, to educate themselves, to come back and give to the history, give to the future of the people of the Virgin Islands. I'm so grateful to be a part of that history, to be a Virgin Islander whose roots go back 7 generations. It is my joy to come home on the weekends during district work period and run into, most times, people who are my cousins, my family, and more importantly, my friends. And in this month, during March, it's even more important for us to reach back to that history. This July will be our 175th year from emancipation from slavery. It's important that all Virgin Islanders understand the importance of working together. You know, when we tell the story to our children about our emancipation, one of the most amazing things is that as the slaves were organizing, they really kept it to themselves what they had planned. And the day that they designated, July 3rd, to march to the fort and demand their freedom from the Danish military, as they reached the fort and the Danish soldiers began looking around and decided to put the cannons towards the crowd, they went and then to get the gunpowder to put into the cannons and realized that the gunpowder was all gone from the fort. The slaves, over a series of months, had surreptitiously and quietly removed all of the gunpowder and replaced the barrels with molasses. That takes people organizing and, understanding that you can have no snitches to get something like that done, and know that what was most important was them working together. And so on that day, as they reached the fort in Frederiksted, and other slaves throughout the island, the conch shell blew to give the notice to the other slaves through the rest of the island. Everyone from Christiansted at the other end of the island, out east, began marching all at once to try and demand their freedom. When the governor realized that these slaves had organized in the manner that they had, he declared that all enslaved are now free in the Danish West Indies from henceforth on. And so the people of St. Croix not only liberated themselves, but liberated their brothers, their sisters, and those who were on the other islands under Danish rule, in St. Thomas, St. John, the Little Keys, all of the places throughout. It is that resilience, that fortitude, which I'm so grateful to have within my blood, to be a part of my history. And that is now American history. That is a part of all of our history that we can all celebrate. That's an example for all of us. That's not something to be shunned or to be ashamed of or for people to feel embarrassed about or sad. Many people would say that that could be banned in other locations. That's my history. That's a history that now is part of American history. And so I'm hopeful that we can all take that in, that we can all see examples for our own lives, whether we are Caribbean or Black or Hispanic, Latina, white, Caucasian, whatever, it's a history for us all. I'm so grateful for that history as we continue to live it each and every day. To end, I want to also recognize outstanding Virgin Islanders who are doing amazing things today, who are in the arts. And we have Virgin Islanders who have been awarded some of the highest honors in these last months. Theron Thomas, Masai Harris, Corey Alexander, Kyle Francis, each received recognition at the 75th Annual Grammy Awards for their excellent work in the music industry. Masai Harris, a native of St. Croix, was an integral part of the team that worked on with a reggae artist. And his second album, Kabaka Pyramid's second album, which garnered a Grammy for Album of the Year. Theron Thomas, originally from St. Thomas, world-renowned producer, songwriter, received recognition for his songwriting on Lizzo's Record of the Year. And both Corey Alexander and Kyle Francis, natives of St. Thomas, who worked on the album Kingdom, which won Best Gospel Performance. I would be remiss if I didn't lift up our sister, native Virgin Islander, Janelle James from St. Thomas, who won the 54th NAACP Image Award for Best Supporting Actress for her role in Abbott Elementary. These are Virgin Islanders doing amazing things. We might be a small place, but we think big. We live our lives big. We do not restrict ourselves just to the waters under which we live. In the words of the popular Rock City song, who has its authors are those individuals that I mentioned who received part of the Grammy Awards. The world is our Scarface, even though we come from a small place. No matter where I am, I'm VI all day. Let's continue to be VI strong and VI proud. Happy Virgin Islands History Month. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman yields back. Speakers announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 30 minutes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time. 1 year into Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the Ukrainians' valiant defense has resulted in tens of thousands of casualties for the Russians. What the Russians believed would be a victory in a matter of days or weeks has turned into now just over a year bloody slog. The Russian bear has turned out to be a paper tiger on the fields of Ukraine. The United States must remain committed as a partner with Ukraine to achieve victory. Victory, Mr. Speaker, or Putin and his allied nations will attack the Baltic states, or take Moldova, or try to control the Black Sea. Turkey, devastated by Erdogan's economics and the recent earthquake, will now face a stark choice of remaining in NATO or becoming a Putin puppet, were Putin successful in Ukraine. Victory in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, or China will be green-lighted to a fully nuclear madman in North Korea and attempt a blockade of Taiwan. In order to achieve that victory, President Biden must get the rest of the world even more engaged. In December, members of this body were briefed by the Departments of State and Treasury, and I recently wrote Secretary Blinken and Secretary Yellen in follow-up regarding the funding strategy for supporting Ukraine humanitarily, in defense and military means, and in their monthly costs. I raised two principal points. First, in my view, Congress does not have the full financial picture of the contributions being made by the United States, our allies and partners on behalf of Ukraine, in a straightforward and simple manner available to all members. They don't paint a complete picture. As a new member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I look forward to hearing from State and USAID and the Defense Department in the near future on what they've been doing to track our funding in Ukraine and explain it in thorough detail to the Congress. Secondly, I raised with the two secretaries the successful 1990-1991 partnership between Secretary of State James Baker and Secretary of Treasury Nicholas Brady in developing an active solicitation of major countries from around the world to fund the U.S. enforcement of the United Nations Security Council resolution authorizing use of force to liberate Kuwait from Iraq's illegal invasion of their sovereign territory. The result was the United States received contributions from around the world of some $53 billion against an estimated total cost to eject Saddam Hussein from Kuwait of $60 billion. Now, while some of those contributions were in the form of in-kind material support, more than 90% was paid in cash. The United States must be more strongly engaged with our allies to share a greater financial burden for that military, humanitarian, and budget support for the government of Ukraine. Just a few days ago, on February 20th, Japan pledged $5.5 billion in additional aid to Ukraine. This is on top of the $1.3 billion in financial humanitarian assistance it had already pledged. This is a recent example of precisely what I believe the United States government should be achieving, and achieving in a more aggressive and effective manner. The worldwide response in support of Ukraine has been remarkable, but I believe that significantly more can be done to help Ukraine if additional countries provide more material and financial support in Europe and beyond. The U.S. military has a unique role, an important role, as the lead NATO partner in equipping, training, and providing related military materials. That mission suits us more than any other country. However, as demonstrated in my example of Kuwait, obtaining broad financial support from more sources is essential, in my view, to maintaining popular political support and in Europe and in the United States for victory in Ukraine. This also demonstrates how peoples from around the globe benefit from a prompt success of preservation of Ukraine's sovereignty. Cost of goods, access to food, fuel, and financing are all impeded by the Russian Federation's illegal action. That makes the case that all nations are hurt by Russia's aggressions. All nations can support Ukraine. President Biden must craft an active and effective campaign to bring forward the financial and material resources from around the world to fully support victory in Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the practice of forced organ harvesting in China. I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 1154, the Stop Forced Organ Harvesting Act, introduced by my friend, the Congressman from New Jersey, Chris Smith. Congressman Smith is also chair of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations. I'm proud to serve as his vice chair for that subcommittee. Forced organ harvesting is a disgusting and appalling practice carried out against minority groups in China by the Chinese Communist Party. They prey on the Uyghur people, the Falun practitioners. As the world knows fully well about their genocide against the Uyghurs, we should not be surprised with China's lack of medical ethics. Nuri Turkel, the chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom and my recent State of the Union guest, has documented the forced blood sampling and organ screening of Uyghur detainees in their re-education camps. Nuri, a Uyghur who immigrated to the United States at age 24, is an eyewitness to this barbaric culture. Just last year, the United Nations was even, open quote, extremely alarmed, close quote, on credible information that forced organ harvesting continues in communist China. What's disappointing is that despite years of evidence of this practice, the United States currently has no law in the books to address this issue. The Stop Forced Organ Harvesting Act will do just that by adding penalties to those that violate the National Organ Transplant Act, and it will sanction those that fund, sponsor, or facilitate forced organ harvesting or human trafficking that leads to forced organ harvesting. This bill passed unanimously out of the House Foreign Affairs Committee last week, and I look forward to seeing a strong vote in the full House in the future. We'll pass it here, and I expect the Senate to pass this legislation and send it to President Biden. It's long past time for the American government to address this challenge through legislation and put a stop to this inhumanity. I appreciate my friend Chairman Smith for his leadership in introducing this legislation. It's another sign to the American people of how depraved the Chinese Communist Party is in their march to violate every norm of international society. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate National Hostage and Wrongful Detainee Day. I, along with my Democratic colleague, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, reintroduced our legislation yesterday that establishes March 9th as the National Hostage and Wrongful Detainee Day. On March 9th, 2007, Robert Levinson disappeared in Iran. He never returned home. The commemoration of this National Day brings attention to Americans that are being unjustly held as wrongful detainees and hostages in a foreign land. Since the Levinson Act was signed into law 2 years ago, we've heard from families and organizations that are dedicated to helping bring wrongful detainees and hostages home and how that law is working. We're learning more about how the Levinson Act is being used since it's become law. And it's time for the House Foreign Affairs Committee to conduct oversight and see what potential changes should be made. I helped create in the last Congress the Congressional Task Force on American Hostages and Americans Wrongly Detained Abroad because one of my constituents disappeared on a visit to Syria. Maj Kamal Maz is still being held by the Assad regime in Syria. Maj and his wonderful family lived for a time in my hometown of Little Rock. And every member of Congress is dedicated to the more than 50 Americans who right now are held against their will wrongfully in a country around the world. We all want to bring home Maj and every other American that's being held wrongfully. I'm proud to be a part of this task force and work alongside my friend, Congresswoman Stevens. I thank all those who are involved in their daily awareness to bring wrongful detainees and hostages around the world home to their families in our great country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the entrepreneurial creativity of Ben Bell and Matt Bell, who recently founded Origami Sake in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Although they're unrelated, these two Bells share the same last name and the same passion for sake. The pair met in 2016 after Ben returned to Arkansas from a trip to Japan, where he became interested in the art of making sake after living in that country for 2 years. After years of collaboration, Ben and Matt joined forces to begin brewing sake in Arkansas, which led to the opening of their business. Arkansas is the largest grower of rice in the United States, and the Isabel Farm has spent decades perfecting the proper rice to be used for sushi, and now the proper rice that is needed for making high-quality sake. Additionally, the magnificent water from the famous Hot Springs National Park has the perfect quality for sake brewing. Ben and Matt are taking advantage of these resources in Arkansas to make sake even more popular and distribute it homegrown in Arkansas across the United States. I recently led a delegation to meet with leaders in Japan, where our members had the opportunity to present Arkansas brewed sake to former Prime Minister Suga and Deputy Cabinet Secretary Kahira. Along with key members of the Japanese Diet, we also entertained our great Ambassador Ron Emanuel with his own taste of 1,000 Crane sake brewed in Arkansas. I applaud Ben and Matt for their originality, their entrepreneurship, and I commend them for leading in America in the brewing of sake. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the important partnership between the Arkansas Martin Luther King Commission and Fox 16 and KART Television. In 2017, following the horrible shootings at the Power Ultra Lounge nightclub in Little Rock, Fox 16 and KARK kicked off an important initiative to build grassroots support to reduce violence in Central Arkansas. They called it Victory Over Violence. The goal of the campaign is to unite leaders and groups throughout our local communities to be a resource for reducing violent crime and changing lives through community improvements. In January, the Arkansas Martin Luther King Commission presented Fox 16 anchors Donna Terrell and Kevin Kelly with their 2023 Drum Major for Community Leadership Award. The persistence and successful leadership of Donna, Kevin, and all those involved at the Arkansas MLK Commission, Fox 16, and KARK, they're making an impact on improving the lives and safety in Central Arkansas. I'm grateful for their efforts, their persistence efforts over all these past years to keep that at the forefront of community activism. Victory over violence is something that we need, and I'm grateful for their leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 2022 Miss Arkansas winner, Ebony Mitchell. Ebony was the 84th Miss Arkansas Scholarship Pageant winner, where she was awarded $30,000 in scholarship funds provided by the Ted and Shanna Boyle Skokas Foundation and $75,000 in other areas. Last December, she represented our great state at Miss America in Connecticut. Becoming Miss Arkansas was a lifelong dream for Ebony. Her journey started when she won the Miss Arkansas Princess Pageant in 2007, which entered her into the Diamond State Princess Mentorship Program. She had 5 appearances at Miss Arkansas before finally winning that title last year. Aside from her accomplishments at Miss Arkansas, she's graduated from the University of Central Arkansas in 2019 with a bachelor's degree in business administration. As Miss Arkansas, she will continue to lead her social impact by leading a responsible digital U initiative which seeks to keep children online safe. Ebony is a native of Harrison, Arkansas, where she's been a leader in civil rights and community spirit in her hometown. I congratulate Ebony for her accomplishments, and I look forward to continuing to watch her proudly represent our great state of Arkansas. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the addition of Cleburne County to the 2nd District of Arkansas. Last year during redistricting, the Arkansas State Legislature added Cleburne County to the 2nd Congressional District. The addition of Cleburne County brings beautiful nature, economic development, and many other recreational ideas and opportunities to my district. An active business and civic community, excellent health care and educational facilities and opportunities, along with Greers Ferry National Fish Hatchery, Greers Ferry Dam, Rotary Clubs, the Sugarloaf Mountain Trail, and world-class fly fishing on the Little Red, all are amazing examples of what the county has to offer. I'm proud to now serve those who live in Cleburne County and look forward to representing them in Washington at their U.S. Capitol. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my friend, Executive Assistant to the Medical Director at Central Arkansas Veterans Healthcare System, Debbie Meese. Debbie is retiring after 40 years of service to Central Arkansas Veterans Affairs. Debbie's an Arkansas native, and she always has exhibited kindness and consideration on a daily basis to coworkers, patients, and visitors alike. She's a role model for everyone in public service because of the positive impact she had in her daily work at Central Arkansas VA. The standard of care she's established will continue for generations to come in our VA hospital in Central Arkansas. Debbie, thank you for your dedication and service to our veterans. Without your time and effort, many voices would have gone unheard. Every day you were at work, you put others first. Congratulations, Debbie, and I wish you a very happy retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory of Arkansas Supreme Court Chief Justice Jack Holt, Jr., who passed away on March 5th, 2023. Former Chief Justice Holt began his career in the United States Air Force, where he achieved the rank of colonel. He then went on to work in Arkansas as a deputy prosecutor. Chief Assistant Attorney General, and ultimately served as our Chief Justice of the Arkansas Supreme Court for 10 years, from 1985 to 1995. Jack Holt will be remembered for his significant contributions to the modern justice system that exists in Arkansas, including the creation of our juvenile courts. Justice Holt is accredited with setting up the essential parts of our court systems. His advancement of the education requirement for attorneys and creation of more staff positions to help circuit court judges has greatly improved the effectiveness of justice in my state. I thank former Chief Justice Holt for his many years of service and contributions to the state of Arkansas. His legacy truly lives on. My prayers for comfort are with his wife, Jane, their family, and their friends. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Rescue Road for rescuing 8,000 dogs. Rescue Road is a dog fostering organization based in Little Rock. Their mission is to place adoptable dogs in high-kill shelters into other networks in order to find permanent homes and a loving family. The organization works with their team of volunteers and foster families throughout our state of Arkansas. In January, they placed their 8,000th dog in a home, a great milestone. I thank all those volunteers involved with Rescue Road for their hard work and for their dedication of helping dogs find forever homes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back.
Thank
Under
you.
the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, with 30 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss three issues that have some gotten attention, some not this week, but all are of importance, and I would say none of them got the attention they deserved. The first issue to talk about is the size of our federal debt. Now, I know ever since I was a child, people talk about deficit spending and the amount of the federal debt that someday the children or grandchildren will have to pay off. I think it's important to look, though, that this time things really are different. The only time the federal debt ever got to the total gross national product in this country, which is one way to compare debt at different times of our country's history, was it actually hit 100% at the end of World War II. That's not surprising if you know people who lived during World War II. The entire economy was devoted to munitions. A huge percent of our population was in the armed services, and we hit 100%. However, unlike now, when the war ended, it was easy to reduce federal spending. Hundreds of thousands of troops were in essence laid off and sent back to work in the private sector. We stopped building the ships and planes and tanks we needed during the war. And as the result, over the next 30 years, the amount of the federal debt dropped from 100% of GDP down to around 30%. And it bounced back and forth around that level, maybe 40%, all the way to about 1995. Now, even then, that was too big, and people commented at the time, but the debt was about 30 to 45% of GDP. Then, beginning with around 1910, things began to shoot up, and in COVID, they shot up even more. We are now, or within a couple years, will be where we were at the end of World War II. But there are no tank factories or ship factories to shut down. We can't lay off hundreds of thousands of troops. Indeed, any congressman knows that basically our day is spent attending meetings in our offices when we're here with various groups asking for spending increases that they say we absolutely need. So this time we really are in a crisis. Not only are we in a situation in which we are approaching 100%, our debt equal to 100% of GDP, but because interest rates are going up and the huge increase in debt the last few years, the amount we are paying as interest is skyrocketing. We cannot reduce the interest, right? If we have interest in our debt, which we anticipate going up in the next year from $640 billion a year to $740 billion a year, that's a $100 billion spending increase that we have no control over. And as the debt continues to go up, and as the Federal Reserve feels, and I was in a committee hearing yesterday, both the Republican witnesses and Democrat witnesses felt, given what inflation was going on, as the Federal Reserve continues to raise interest rates, the amount of interest that we have to pay every year goes up. I mean, think about that. We've got a $100 billion increase in the difference between what we're going to pay in interest in 2023 and 2024 before we look at anything else. So the fact that this budget proposal contains more spending is by itself deeply concerning. It shows that the basic numbers have not gotten through the heads of the Biden administration. Or maybe they feel that by the time we finally hit the wall and the value of the dollar, we begin to have a hard time paying off our debt, that he'll be off on retirement home and other people will have to deal with it. But the American public should know, for the first time since World War II, we are approaching having the total debt equal to 100% of our GDP, a complete crisis. The next thing to look at is, if we must spend more, where does President Biden feel it has to be spent? Well, one place it's not going to be spent, one place that we actually have a reduction here, is Homeland Security. The biggest crisis we have in this country is people streaming across our southern border, but we can find over a 10% increase for the Department of Commerce. We can find almost a 10% increase on the Department of the Interior, 11% increase on the Department of Labor, 19% increase on Environmental Protection Agency. But when it comes down to the one thing that you turn on the TV every night and say, wow, we've got to spend more money there, Department of Homeland Security, 1% reduction. I mean, this is where our president is. We're going to continue to have increases in spending across the board, some of which is necessary. But the one place we can have an increase, Homeland Security. That and transportation, but I take that to be that we just had the huge infrastructure bill, and therefore we don't need an increase in the spending on transportation. The other thing I'd like to point out, as you dig deeper into this budget, which with any agency you look at, you have more money for bureaucrats devoted to dividing America by race. We have to do more to favor this race or this gender or that gender. That is so offensive and un-American. I'm going to address it a lot more just in a few minutes. But it's interesting, at the time that we're hitting the highest amount of debt as a percentage of GDP in my lifetime, the president responds by saying the one area that we absolutely have to have more in is hiring bureaucrats whose job depends on telling America we have a racist problem, we have to identify people by race. Big problem. So I encourage the American public to pay attention to the budget, pay attention to the fact that we are hitting, in our lifetimes, the greatest debt ever. Pay attention to the fact that even before we argue and quibble about how much the Department of Education should go up or down, or how much we should spend more or less on defense, we are going to have a $100 billion increase in the amount of interest we pay next year. The next area to look, and I mentioned that the Biden administration actually feels we can reduce the total amount we're spending on Homeland Security, is I wish the press would spend more time seeing what's happening with the children at our southern border. There was, in retrospect, a relatively small number of children who had to be separated from their parents who had broken the law, and by by court order, those children were returned to their parents in either 15 or 30 days, a relatively small number. Now you look, and it varies from month to month, but it's not unusual to have 8,000 to 10,000 unaccompanied children enter this country every month. Where are all these people who a few years ago were alarmed that some young people would have to spend 2 weeks without their parents, and now we have 8,000 to 10,000 kids a month entering America? We don't spin them back around and say, go to your parents where they belong. Instead, we look at an address that perhaps is attached to their shirt. It says 123 Elm Street, Portland, Oregon, and the Border Patrol or the agencies like Catholic Social Services find some way to deliver that child where it says on the address. Does anybody feel that's outlandish? I know the individual Border Patrol agencies think how horrible that is. We do know that sometimes when children come with people who they believe are parents, the Border Patrol gets suspicious and does DNA tests, and it's not unusual to find that parents try to bring children across and say that they are their children. You do a DNA test, you find out they're not, so we already realize there's sketchy things going down there. What becomes of these children who their parents send across the southern border? Some of them have to go to work. The New York Times had an interesting article on that recently. When parents send their children to work, the children perhaps are supposed to send money back to Central America, to South America. We know that people who cross the southern border, depending upon where they're from, the drug gangs who are taking advantage of the open border policy by President Biden, the drug gangs are demanding payment, perhaps payment coming back from America. So is it right that a young child without their parents gets shipped somewhere in America, have to work in some factory, and some of the money is sent to the drug cartels, other money is sent back home to the parents? Is that good? Is that what America wants to encourage? America is responsible for allowing this system to continue. And what do the kids do? At least the New York Times says they work in factories. Maybe they could be safer factories, but work in factories. How many are working, for example, in the sex trade? Who knows? But this is something the press ought to be paying more attention to. I intend to have a hearing on this topic sometime within the next 6 weeks, and hopefully we can find out a little bit more what happens to these individual kids. Obviously, if the people, including the media, who was so alarmed that kids of parents who had broken the law had to spend a couple weeks apart from their parents, if this media would wake up a little bit, they would find a lot more kids are being permanently separated from their parents, or at least separated from years or years at the border. And if the press would wake up, they would be able to apply the pressure that we need to get these children back to their parents. I'll give another thing along with keeping families together. And I know that there are devotees of Black Lives Matter who don't believe in the traditional family. They'd rather have families without a dad at home. But I still believe that's best. What happens when a child shows up at the southern border with only one parent? Now, we know in the United States, in our court system, if the parents are separated, frequently there are court orders. You know, both mom and dad have to stay relatively close to the child. We don't let one parent grab the child without the other parent signing off and run to a different part of the country. Nevertheless, the Border Patrol is worried, and they're on the ground. They're worried when they see children show up with one parent and not the other parent. Has anybody adjudicated this? Has any social workers determined this is okay? Or is it just one parent who doesn't care about the other parent bringing their children here? The United States apparently takes no interest as families are being torn apart. Again, this is something that my subcommittee will look at, but it shouldn't take that long. It should be the comatose American Press Corps who right now is paying attention and saying, where is the legal documentation that allows you to show up with your parents and the other parent be gone? this desire to get rid of the nuclear family or deprive children from south of the border with their mom or dad is offensive, and the United States is part of it. So I hope that the Biden administration does something about it, and I hope when we ever do get around to an immigration bill, or that a new president gets in there, that the policy is such we are not going to take one child unless we know where both parents are. Now, the third issue is an issue that is so dear to President Biden's administration. When he was sworn in as president, I actually attended his inaugural speech, and being the bipartisan guy I am, President Biden addressed racism 4 times and white supremacy once. I think it's unusual when we obsess over racism in this country. We're obviously about the least racist country that ever existed, right? People come in here from all around the world. People back in the Eastern Hemisphere fight tribe against tribe in Africa. They fight country against country in Europe. Different states or different religions fight and kill each other in India. But they all come here to America and they get along just fine. Nevertheless, Joe Biden is obsessed with the idea that we have a horrible racist country and we have to weigh in and perhaps give preferences to people one way or the other. So we get the drumbeat of racism, racism, racism. We heard it again in his State of the Union speech, right? In his State of the Union speech, Joe Biden couldn't resist but go after the police of this country, say that black parents have to tell their children to look out on the horrible police. Even those studies that are now years old show that when adjusted for criminal behavior, adjusted for arrests, there is no greater danger of black people in the population as a whole in confrontation with police. But Joe Biden, I can only assume because he wants to tear apart America, keeps getting up on the platform. We've got this racist problem. We got to look out for the police. Not true, but what is the result of this mindset that we have this horrible racial problem and we have to do something about it? Well, because Joe Biden obviously wants this narrative to continue, the first thing he wants to do is hire a bunch of bureaucrats, more certainly in his proposed budget, hire bureaucrats throughout the federal agencies to deal with the supposed racial problem and dive in looking for the people you hire, the people you deal with. Let's look at it through the racial prism. As it so happens, and I think this should be more publicized, America has had a policy of affirmative action since 1965 in this country. And that's when President Lyndon Johnson, I think in part in response to the Jim Crow era, which has just ended in the South, began a policy of affirmative action. And today, every American business with at least 100 employees, or any business with at least 50 employees that does $50,000 worth of contracting with the government, is affected by the affirmative action order that was begun by Lyndon Johnson over 50 years ago. Obviously, the purpose of the affirmative action is to put the thumb on the scale when a company does hiring, when they do promoting, when they do firing. And the stated purpose of this massive bureaucracy is to give what, well, as a practical matter, amounts to preferences to Americans who basically descend from anywhere around the world other than Northern Africa and Europe. And I should point out recently, President Biden wanted to, or gave notice, that he wants at least people to fill out forms differently. Right now, you're considered, I guess, what we'll refer to as white if you're from Northern Africa, but President Biden wants to take people from Egypt and Syria or whatever and give them a new place on the form. I would assume, I'm not sure, but I would assume that means more affirmative action for people in that part of the world as well. Insofar as companies change their policies to make these forms come up better or more what they like, it means that you are giving preferences to one group over another group. Even more absurdly, frequently the group you're giving preferences to are immigrants who weren't even here in the United States. I wish we would have hearings on this topic, and I wish the press would delve into this topic and ask why, if you move here from wherever, Peru, Pakistan, Philippines, wherever, why in the world should you be treated differently, or should a company feel that they have to go out of the way to give preferences to these groups when they have never been subject to any discrimination in this country at all, much less slavery? Why, when it comes to African Americans, assuming that we should do this sort of thing, and I'm not sure it's right at all, but if we're going to have to do this sort of thing, why, if somebody moves here from Jamaica or Bahamas or Nigeria or somewhere, comes here for a better life in America, does when a company hires you or when an American a governmental entity hires you, why do these diversity people feel you should be given preference over people who are already here? Does anybody think that's a little bit odd? I think it's something we particularly ought to look into, because President Biden wants to get so many more people here, including illegally. But as a practical matter right now, there are a lot of big businesses who feel that it will help them in the eyes of the government if they hire people who just immigrated here, maybe people who just immigrated here illegally, as opposed to some of the native-born. I'll give an anecdote I repeated in committee the other day. I talked to a gentleman whose son worked for a major American cabinet department, and he was glad with his job. He went to school for the job he got. After 8 or 9 years, he wondered why he wasn't moving up, why he wasn't promoted. He was doing a good job. Well, he was told, you're a white guy who's not a veteran. Of course, we give preferences to veterans too. Now, is that right? And if it's right, if people feel from here on out that's the way it's going to be in the United States, shouldn't the agencies that behave this way at least be required to post something saying that if you are going to be held back because you're not a veteran, if you're going to be held back by your race, that you should look out before you accept this job? I would think at a minimum we should at least alert the public. It's kind of unusual that we have this problem. But I do feel that some committee or the press, if they want to educate the public what's going on, ought to delve into this issue a little bit more. And these are questions that I think the press ought to ask. When we embark on this affirmative action policy in which we're picking people by background, does this affect the quality of life in America? Okay, if when we determine admissions to medical schools or admissions to schools of engineering or something like pilots, when the Biden administration says we have to run all these through the bean counters, do we wind up with perhaps some people who are not as qualified? Does that affect the quality of life in America? What is a minority entitled to a preference? And is it somebody who is one half different from a different country? Is it 1/4? Is it 1/8? Right now, you self-identify. Is that right? Elizabeth Warren was something like 164th or 128th Native American, and she claimed that to be Native American, used it to become a law professor at Harvard. Good for her. Is that right? How about 1/4? Is that right? 1/2? 1/8? I'm not sure. Is it right that if you move here directly from Spain, you're European, if your ancestors came from Spain and spent a few generations in Mexico, you're somebody in need of protection? Does that make any sense? I think the press ought to ask that question. Again, in this country, I believe affirmative action was, or we were led to believe, was to a certain extent making up for Jim Crow or even slavery. But if you're somebody who comes here of African descent from Nigeria or Jamaica, you didn't experience Jim Crow, you didn't experience slavery. Is it right that preferences be given to groups like this. A lot of times people say it's about diversity. Well, there is such a thing, a diversity in background, and maybe we learn different things with different backgrounds, but this is all, or frequently, race-related. If I grow up next to somebody who is 1/4 Mexican and we've had the exact same experiences and are best friends and played together on the football team and graduated together from high school, is there really diversity in hiring one of us instead of the other of us, or letting one of us in school compared to the other school? That's ridiculous, but that's what the law is currently right now. And of course, I think there are a lot of people who have a vested interest in keeping this going. There are people who want to, I think, destroy America by trying to set people from one area up against another area. There are people who want to protect their jobs, and these can be very well-paying jobs. Monitoring this diversity stuff from company to company. And now, in order to protect their jobs, these programs have to continue to keep on going. They're well-paid jobs, and they're consultants who make well into the 6 figures whose jobs depend upon this diversity stuff. So I hope the press looks into that, sees how much people are making. The diversity program can favor women as well. Right now in America, single women under 30 actually make more than single men under 30. So do we need all this paperwork and experts to delve into things to protect the women? I don't know. I'll say this, I'll give a little anecdote. Who brought this to my attention? I know a woman, she's retired now, but she was human resources person for a manufacturing firm that did business with the government. They had over 100 employees. And there were 2 anecdotes that bothered her and caused her to search me out. One was the company she was with wanted to hire a new engineer. And they hired, like many companies do, they hired an independent firm to administer their affirmative action program because they didn't want to get in trouble with the federal government. And the affirmative action group told them, now some people say they shouldn't have told them, but told them, you know, you want to go from hiring 5 engineers to 6 engineers. Well, right now all 5 engineers in your company are men. You better hire, the 6th engineer better be a woman. Doesn't have to be a woman, but if it's not a woman, you got to be prepared to be audited and prove you did all you could to try to hire a woman in that 6th slot. She didn't really like that. She thought that was wrong. Glenn, is that right? Same thing happened in management. There were 4 members of what was classified as management. They wanted to hire a 5th. They were told by the experts who they were paying in this field, you know, you better look for a minority for that 5th management position. It doesn't have to be a minority, but if the federal government audits you, you could get in trouble. So you better be able to prove you could do all you did to try to hire a minority. You know, I was back home a few weeks ago, talked to a woman who brought this up on her own. She worked for a financial institution. She said they had an opening for a position, and it had been going on for months, but they couldn't hire anybody because all the applicants were white men. Interesting. Is that right in America? I guess the bank felt, you know, you don't want to get on the wrong side of the federal government. Well, in any event, these are 3 topics that I don't feel the press has paid enough of attention to. But I hope they do a better job in the future of alerting the American public to the fact that we're approaching 100% of GDP in our debt, highest since World War II, and unlike World War II, we're not going to lay off or shut down tons of factories with making tanks and ships. So it's going to be much more difficult this time. I hope the American public also decides to weigh in. When we do have an increase in spending, is it right? One of only 2 agencies, at least on this summary, 3 agencies on this summary of all the agencies we have. Homeland Security, which is in charge of the border, is one of the few that's actually getting a cut. Does the American public think that's the one agency that is overstaffed and bloated? I'm not sure. I hope the American public and the press corps, which really determines our agenda, pays a little bit more attention to all the unaccompanied minors streaming across the southern border without parents, maybe never to see their parents again, maybe, you know, who knows what people are doing with them, human trafficked, whatever. But that's what we do right now. Johnny shows up with a a note on his shirt, deliver me to 123 Elm Street, Portland, Oregon. Yes, sir. We don't ask where your parents are. We're going to deliver them wherever you want. Hope the American public is concerned about that. And finally, I think particularly in the days of Joe Biden, where he's trying to hire so many more bureaucrats to administer affirmative action sort of programs, why don't we ask some questions about this program? Who benefits? Do they benefit? Does it affect the overall quality of work in some areas in America? I think we ought to have that discussion. I know the Supreme Court is having that discussion, but it affects, like I said, a lot more than admissions to schools. It affects hiring, both in the private sector and public sector, and it affects government contracting as well. So 3 topics for the press if they're paying attention to. Now we're going to wait here a second. We're going to ask the chair whether he has any. We'll yield back to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. And the chair will lay before the House of Communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 10th, 2023. I hereby designate the period from Monday, March 13th, 2023 through Tuesday, March 21st, 2023 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The chair lays before the House a joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 26, Joint Resolution disapproving the action of the District of Columbia and approving the revised Criminal Code Act of 2022.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'll move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 4 p.m. on Tuesday, March 14th, 2023.